I'm here with frenemy of the show, Jonathan Korman, noted radical liberal. And we are talking, well, for those of you who aren't familiar, Korman's been on the show before. We did a live stream about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. It's been a while.
Almost 2 years, yeah.
Where we were weirdly sympathetic to each other. In some ways, the stuff that we were sympathetic on then, we're probably even more sympathetic on now, and that will come up in the course of this conversation, which I will call dipshit anti-liberalism, which is... I feel torn between, I feel like a weird center between two extremes on the left right now, which is people who are so anti-liberal, they're picking up active right-wing talking points to talk about a class, the PMC, as opposed to the bourgeoisie, so that they can justify all kinds of weird allegiances now against identity politics, so-called. Not that identity politics isn't real, and not that I wouldn't say elements of elite identity politics aren't a problem, but I would even say you agree with me that some elements of elite identity politics are a problem.
I think that's a place in which we are not the same, but we are analytically very similar, at least.
Yeah, I mean, in our discussions online and even in our last that came up, that we have similar critiques. I probably go further than you, but less far than a lot of other people on the left right now. Conversely, my friend Mac Menace, to a lesser degree, my friend Ben Burgess have gotten on this liberal socialism kick, which I'm sure, John, makes you feel good, but makes me angry. So, and
I think part of like the mission, as you expressed it to me in inviting me back, which I'm delighted to do, is, we sort of succumbed to discussing our overlaps and failed to dive in as deeply as we had intended into our interesting disagreements about how to conceive the current relationship between liberalism in its many senses and the left in its many senses, and wanting to sort of like, I had hoped, and I think I'm hopeful again today, that together we can develop a better vocabulary for talking about that relationship in a way that at least will be useful to me, and which I hope will be useful to other people.
I think about the post-Marxist Gerben Thurborn, who is this Swedish guy, wrote a book from post-Marxism, and was kind of popular in the aughts, and I think came out in the late 90s. And he called the Marxist a loyal opposition to modernity, meaning that we wanted a different modernity. We didn't want to undo modernity, and that because of that, we have an interesting relationship to things like productive forces, to classical and modern liberalism, etc. Another thing which you and I share is this view that we have given too much of the classical liberalism to the libertarians, and that it's a much more mixed heritage. The libertarian heritage is real, but that unless you're a blood and soil monarchist or a Demesterite, or a Spenglerian or something like that, that you, if you are in the United States, and most prominently if you're in parliamentary Europe, come from something that is either part of or descended from the liberal tradition. That is such a broad moniker, though, when you really trace it out. I mean, it's basically all European and post-European thought going back to the 16th century that isn't actively reactionary and atavistic. And even certain movements like fascism, have an ambivalent relationship to liberalism, which I think is something that you and I agree on, but would make most other liberals really uncomfortable. Is just to say, like, fascism is not merely anti-liberalism either.
No, though I think it is integral to understanding fascism that it is an anti-liberalism, though interestingly, in its manifestations in these United States, especially recently, it's in denial about its anti-liberalism. And here, like, I think we're saying fascism is anti-liberal in the sense of liberal as in liberal democracy, as opposed to
Right.
left right.
Right. Although I still maintain the Marxist critique that, with rare exceptions of when fascism gets too out of control, the right wing of liberalism is going to side up to it, and we see this in Macron siding with Le Pen's party to form a unity government against the ability of Mélenchon and the French Front Populaire to be able to make a government.
Well, and that's a particularly maddening example, because there was a moment there where it seemed that the Macron, segment of French politics was actually going to, align with the leftists against the fascists. Like, there was a moment where it really looked possible.
Right.
And we were all, ready to be pleasantly surprised, and lo and behold, it's not going that way.
Now, at risk of being that annoying leftist who's like, well, we always assume liberals are going to pull bullshit, and that's usually right. I will actually say to you that I viewed that moment as an aporia. Like, I had no idea which way he was going to go.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot more of that lately, where I'm like, there's these dramatic choices that individual leaders are having to make.
Yeah.
And me going, I don't know what they're actually going to do. Like, I actually don't. And that's interesting. That tells you that, from the Marxist perspective, material conditions on the ground are different enough that it's harder to see what immediate interests are. I'll give you another example. You and I were both, I don't know if you thought this was going to happen, and we can talk about the leftists who try to take victory for this, but you and I both seemingly thought that we were going to have a hard time getting rid of Biden. A much harder time than we did.
Yeah.
And it's one of those times where, yes, it was the donors, but the donors actually seem to be afraid of a variety of things. Now, leftists and left liberals together, I think, drew the conclusion that they're what did that. And I'm like, well, you're part of what did that, but I would probably guess you're a small part.
Yeah, that's my read as well.
That they don't, like, there was a chance that enough of you would set out in key states that it would be a risk, so they have to appease you somewhat. But that you are still more or less viewed as a captured demographic. And one of the things that we disagree on, to bring it in here, is what that means. Because you used the term popular front the other day, and I told you to get that word out of your liberal mouth.
And I appreciated that. That was, I think, appropriate.
But
I mean, appropriate to the flippant way in which I was actually using popular front. So for folks at home, I made a flippant comment about, a lot of commentators on the internet have said we are in this bizarre moment in which the big tent of the Democratic Party includes AOC and Dick Cheney. And half serious, half joking, I referred to that as a popular front. And obviously there's the way in which that is entirely goofy, that it does not align with, a leftist conception of a popular front. But it has popular front-like characteristics in that Cheney and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party establishment understand Trump and MAGA as a fascist threat. And therefore, there is this awkward alliance of convenience in the effort to deal with the electoral politics moment that we have a election coming up in which, none of those people want Trump to seize the presidency and produce unknown bad consequences. And so there's this moment of alliance, which is popular front-like in some ways because of the threat of perceived fascism. I think that's correctly perceived, and I think it's complicated and worth digging into. But obviously also you are right to fault that as, no, that is not what leftists are talking about when talking about a popular front. Yes,
No.
of course. And the ways in which my sensibilities are liberal disqualifies me from, being able to make a claim about that. And so that is a happy disagreement, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing: is the Popular Front, the United Front, and the No Front stances are all stances on the left. I happen to be of the United Front position, which, for those of you who are liberals who are watching this because you came here for Korman, and for those of you who are somehow missed this distinction on the left, which is an easy distinction to miss. The United Front is the policy of the Second International and the early Third International. The Popular Front was more or less invented in France, ironically, given the current Popular Front, although it was in different circumstances, to specifically fight fascism after it was clear that third periodism, which was Stalin's adoption of the idea of social fascism and also no grounds towards liberals at all, was adopted from 1927 to 1934, 35, 36, somewhere in there. The French Popular Front ends up being endorsed by the Comintern, but it changes a policy that had preceded the Popular Front, which was the United Front, which is you can work explicitly with socialist politicians who are not of your party. You cannot form a joint government with a capitalist government.
Mm-hmm.
You are allowed to do oppositional things that would help those groups in a parliamentary contest. The problem that you have in America is that both, to some degree, both the Popular Front and explicitly the United Front assume a parliamentary system of government. Yeah. They just do. Like the idea of an opposition party joining a coalition government is not something that can happen in the United States.
Right. It's just mechanically irrelevant to American.
Right. This language is used in the United States because it's a hangover that we have from European Marxism's attempt to walk a very fine line in regards to electoralism, which they reversed in an extreme direction in the 1920s and then reversed in the opposite direction in the late 1930s. And that was the high point of communist popularity in the West. The Communist Party in the United States was like up to almost 80,000 members, minimum 70,000 during the end of the Popular Front. France and Italy saw explosions of new versions of the Communist Party, where the old forms of the Communist Party were, well, the old form of the one in France was suppressed during the fascist period totally, and a new party basically emerges, kind of built on a myth of the old party that was emerging the Popular Front. And then in the 1940s in France, they get into resistance with the de Gaullists in 1936. And eventually this is adopted across the board, which allows for two things. One is a Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I'm trying to not make that one name. AKA when Stalin decided he wanted to taunt with Hitler because he thought Hitler was a rational agent. And I many people talk about the importance of Stalin's war planning in World War II. I think it's absolutely true, but I also think that's a mistake of world historic proportions, and it also led to accelerating Germany's ability to build up arms during the war, and that's an undeniable fact, even though people will try to deny it. That actually was a crisis for the American Communist Party. It was one of the biggest hemorrhages of membership in the history of the party, and that was only undone by the Popular Front, kind of emerging in the realities of the war when the Democrats actually allowed communists to join the party, which of course was used against them during the Red Scare period when the Birchers started pointing that out.
Premature anti-fascists, heaven forbid.
Yeah. And that's also when we get this kind of undercurrent of American conservatism that is suppressed by other conservatives actually during the war, that maybe it would have been good if we had let Hitler kill Stalin, which, assumes a whole damn lot. But in a way, this position was kind of the crypto position of the quote isolationists during the war. I mean, that's And this position was also picked up by certain elements of the left, and particularly in France. And it goes weird because in the 1980s, this leads to negationism, which is first the downplaying of the Holocaust, then it goes to outright denial.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for this, some of it is nationalism amongst members of the French ultra left who give up. Some of this is just people who are so opposed to the Popular Front that they literally go and say, well, you know, the justification of it was the Holocaust, which wasn't really a justification of it. Justification,
right? It's a retroactive justification for everyone.
Yeah, I was going to say it wasn't really justification for it. Justification was Stalingrad, really. But because of that, you have people kind of retroactively working from that myth to another myth, which is, well, maybe the Holocaust didn't happen. It was all used to justify concessions to liberals in the first place. So, and that's an extremely minority position for those of you who know. But this is why I talk about dipshit anti-liberalism, because this is what it can lead to. I think, for example, a lot of very big scandals have happened in right-wing world in the last week, where you have Sohrab Ahmari, you know, of Compact Magazine's conservative wing, like turning on Tucker Carlson for, you know, empowering a guy that I used to know on Facebook, Daryl Cooper, who we cut ties with each other because I realized he was a Spengalian, which in and of itself is kind of a red flag, but is not ultimately, like, you can be a Spengalian and not actually a fascist. You're a conservative reactionary weirdo, but you might not actually be a fascist.
Right.
It's actually, it's
not
ambiguous.
Necessarily fascist, though, has the tendency. Yes.
Yeah, has a strong tendency to be that way. Well, you know, this is something that I've noticed on the right these days, is people hiding behind the German revolutionary conservative movement because they were anti-fascist, but only kind of. But
right.
Some of them will then put actual fascist in that list. So they'll sneak in Heidegger, or they'll sneak in Carl Schmitt as if they weren't Nazis. So I'm like, oh, so Junger, Heidegger, and Schmitt. Let's see. One of those is not a Nazi. Oh, and Evola, whose critique of Nazism is that it was not reactionary.
Was not fascist enough, basically.
His critique of fascism is like it doesn't reject modernity enough. I mean, like, it's you and I have a weird, perverse tendency to read all these bizarre ass occult right wing books. So we've actually looked into some of these guys. I know you have your black shelf somewhere, and I have like my file bank. But nonetheless, there has been a tendency, and I think we might even see this in something like the American Communist Party, try to make a concession to these reactionary tendencies in American life that even go on so far as to pick up Huntington civilizational politics and something like almost blood and soil politics for America, even on the left. So you and I share concerns that some of this anti-liberalism goes way too far. But at risk of getting where we agree too much, this is also me giving you my issue with the Popular Front. To get back to it, my issue with the Popular Front is that because it subordinated communists to liberal institutions, when liberal institutions got pressure from other liberal institutions to do something about that, they were subordinated to liberal leadership in the CIO, which, you know, the CIO was full of communists. When it joined with the AFL, they got purged. The inability to deal with the Truman taking some truly profound anti-communist positions and breaking strikes. After, admittedly, I'll give him credit, he like opposed the Taft-Hartley Act, although he was also the first person to use it. And so, as opposed to Henry Wallace, who was much more explicitly on a détente with the Soviet Union and was totally willing to work with communists, he was sidelined for Truman, totally changing the trajectory of the party. And then the party gets attacked by Bircher for, like, I would say 25% true, and sometimes liberals will deny that it was true, but like there were communists throughout the the Roosevelt administration because they were actively working with them. There were communists.
Well, because the Roosevelt administration was, was very much tryocracy, right? Like they were willing to try almost anything, and so like if they didn't have Reds on the team, like they were just missing opportunities to think of stuff, and I think that, look, the relatively welcoming qualities of the Roosevelt administration are neither more nor less than that.
Right. I mean, in some ways, it leads. I mean, there's two alternative histories about Roosevelt on the left. There's Roosevelt as great crypto-communist savior. That is often popular in parts of the DSA, and they wouldn't say communist, but like, or he was secretly a socialist the whole time. He was not. They often tend to conflate, interestingly, New Deal policies with Great Society policies as if they're the same thing, which is a big historical problem, because it's like, no, you're talking about stuff that happened in the 60s or in the 50s, not in the 30s and 40s. But so that's FDR as great hero. There's also the FDR as great villain, something that I'm not totally on, but I do actually have some sympathies towards, which was that he realized that if he didn't make some concessions to a workers' movement in the United States, that the Soviet Union and the Chinese experience, which was going on in the Soviet Union, which had gone on, there is a strong enough workers' movement to actually pose a similar threat in the United States. Even people who like FDR on the left, like Robert Brenner, point out this gets confused as a workers' politics, but it really kind of isn't. It's an administrative state politics, in that by subordinating the workers' movement to the Democratic Party, really hampered its ability to act independently. Now, my issues with that when we talk about the Popular Front is it gets confused in a recounting of American politics. One, the communists weren't the first people who formed the Popular Front with the Democrats, and the first one's weirder. I mean, it was the populists in the South and the Midwest who were undeniably left-wing for their time. They were mostly, it's a mixture of some labor and a lot of sharecroppers. They go away for two reasons. William Jennings Bryan keeps on losing, and also the other reason they go away is that the sharecropper base largely just doesn't exist by the early 20th century. So there's less and less people for them. So a lot of their members move into the Knights of Labor and into the Socialist Party, or they move into the Democrats. The prototypical thing for America, and I think people miss this because leftists in America tend to actually be weirdly European oriented in their history, that the first Popular Front is William Jennings Bryan's going to the Democrats and throwing his lot in with them.
That's an interesting read. I see where you're going with it. Actually, let me try to change.
To me, that's what sets the idea of the Democrats as a progressive party, because it doesn't make any sense before then.
Yeah, and like the Democrats of that era, you can see the thing which is very characteristically American, that like what white people in America want at large is social democracy, but just for white people.
Right.
And that paradox blocks a path to anything that Europeans would recognize as socialism, and creates all of the complexities of the last century of American politics and policy.
Right. I mean, the German former leftist turned Nazi Werner Sombart actually was pretty apt on this when he wrote about this in 1905, that the American working class, because of the gains of the land, had the real ability to invest, use land, and get out of its situation by expanding. And so those settler motives were a big offset of American class tensions. You can get people out of the cities, and when you couldn't do that, class tensions intensified. And he compared that to the German worker, who at the time was drinking himself to death. And the American worker was not. And he didn't just blame, like, he didn't just say, oh, it's, these social movements like the temperance movement. It's also like that there actually is a reason to believe that you could do something in America, but it's based on a very dark premise, which is taking more and more land from other people. It is an imperial project. Sombart uses that and eventually comes to a Nazi conclusion that the Germans have to do the same thing with the Slavs, right? That's, he came to that separately from the Nazis, but that's what he did. And then he ends up being a Nazi. So, I know a lot of the history. There's been a lot of focus on the liberal, on my part of the left, as opposed to yours. There's a lot of focus on the liberal complicity in fascism, and I brought it up, and I don't think you would deny it. I have been sort of worried, though, that they have used that to hide the socialist leadership's complicity in fascism, because so many people defected from
and I think that connects to this phenomenon where I like your coinage, sort of a dipshit anti-liberalism, in which a lot of contemporary leftists will tell you, well, fascism is just the integral, defining, fundamental impulse of liberalism when it fully surfaces. And therefore that is why popular fronts are hard to construct, because ultimately fascism is what liberalism really wants. And when fascism emerges, liberals ally with fascists out of ideological affinity. And that's just an utter crock of shit that misunderstands both what drives liberals and what fascism even is in the first place.
Well, this leads me to something that maybe we'll agree on, and this will get us back to disagreements. Liberalism is a much more, in its instantiation, a much more contradictory movement than either side really wants to look at. Rousseau owning, someone like Dominica Lacerda, someone who I have my own critique of, by the way, a pretty strong one. But will point out that, even someone is on the right side of history about indigenous people, so to speak, as Rousseau, still owns stock in slave companies. True, by the way, that's a true fact.
Well, and Locke mounts a defense of slavery in baffling contradiction with his conception of universal rights. Like,
he's a co-writer of the Charter for South Carolina.
So the worm is present at the core of the apple for a good long time. But I think, and this is where I think you and I have a meaningful disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
I think that contradiction, really is a contradiction. And if you pursue the essence of what we can usefully call definitional to liberalism, ultimately you encounter that contradiction, and any proper liberalism worth the name has to eventually recognize, no, if all people are equal in rights and dignity, then slavery is bad. Colonialism is bad. Apartheid, Jim Crow type social orders are bad. They're in fundamental conflict with core principle for liberals. But actual liberals are very, very good at tolerating that contradiction.
Well, I would take the Marxian proviso going all the way back to the three principles of liberalism. And I do have when Marxists talk about this, it seems so contradictory that it's hard for a lot of people to understand. But we don't. Well, I shouldn't say this anymore. Historically, we do not view capitalism as just bad. Like, it is. We think that in this dialectical way, that the limitations of primitive communism are overcome by the productive forces unleashed by capital's growth tendency. But that if you don't get in charge of the quote chaos of the market, that growth tendency will kill everything. Like, so it's,
which is vividly apparent to us in this long, moment of late stage capitalism.
I'm hoping it's late stage, my friend.
Well, it's late stage. I mean, I am of the mind that it's late stage capitalism because either we have revolutionary change, which displaces the capitalist order, or do we have a material collapse, in which case the conditions for capitalism evaporate. So one way or another, we're getting rid of capitalism, and there is a preferable way to do that. Um, and recognizing which is the preferable way is one of the ways in which I like to claim that I qualify as a leftist, despite my despicable liberal tendencies.
Yeah, I called you a left liberal. I see you guys. I see you guys as wayward allies. But I think that, one thing that I can say about you and this came up in our last conversation, is, I was screaming for the heads of the DNC in 2016, like, actively.
For all the reasons one would. Like, I don't entirely agree, but I get it. Yeah.
And I was also a bigger critic of the Bernie campaign than you, which is an interesting
That
thing.
is interesting.
But it was the reason why was, I think, confuse people, and to be fair, it was because I was afraid, and I was afraid that if they couldn't stop him outright, the best way to end Bernie was to actually make him govern without having a party that would back him. And there was this view that it would be more like Trump, that Bernie would move the policy in the direction of where he wanted to go over time. And I was like, well, the thing is, you need a workers' movement to push on these donor classes. You don't have that yet. And your answer to that is circular. So if we get Bernie, we can have the workers' movement to protect Bernie and make Bernie more viable. And I'm just like, but you need one to do the other to do the other. Like, it's circular.
Yeah. Well, and that comes out of the very weird dynamics of electoral politics in the US in the last couple of decades, and the reasons why, like, presidential electoralism in particular has this enormous gravitational pull, which is simultaneously dumb for all the reasons you're talking about, but also unavoidable because of the high stakes of presidential elections under the current conditions in American life.
Okay, this leads us to an actual difference between us that's pretty substantive. You have said, you need professional politicians, and I was like, well, I don't know, that's anti-democratic. You might need professional policy makers, but I don't want them to be the actual politicians for all the reasons of the problems of creating elite specialist classes and caste. And there's a tension there. But this leads to a tension here too, because when I think about independence for these movements, I am often telling people, and what I do not mean, all right, and I've not meant since I was probably 32 years old, because I did this third party bullshit in the past. I do not mean running a third party candidate for president first.
Right.
I have maintained that I would not tell people to vote for Donald Trump or to vote for Jill Stein or even vote for Kamala Harris. I've actually said, vote your conscience on this. These people owe you nothing, and you owe them nothing until they actually have power. So with that regard, vote your conscience. Just don't be fooled by it. Don't confuse that for them owing you anything, because they kind of don't. And I get in fights with both sides of the DSA on the AOC question, where people like, AOC's a traitor. And I'm like, well, is she a traitor, though? She was never really with you. You kind of just threw your name behind her. Yes, she's a member of the Democratic Socialists, but, like, how many paper members of the Democratic Socialists are there? Like, half of them? So, and and or like, well, we have to hold her accountable. And I'm like, I agree, but you don't have the position to do that. And what I mean by that
Right, where's your leverage?
Yeah, you don't have leverage, and you don't have the ability to protect her. Like, if you want someone, I mean, like, there is, and you and this is where I think our real disagreement is like, if you are thinking you can build an electoral movement, even kind of grassroots, senator by senator, house member by house member, like they're trying to do with the squad, you also have to have an underground movement that either has the money or the people to protect them.
I mean, you need a whole bunch of capacities, which,
Right.
like, the left in the United States just doesn't have.
Right. Well, but the question is why they don't have them. I mean, one, we can talk about the NGO industrial complex. You and I are actually both critics of that.
Yeah.
But this leads to two problems. One is I think we have to control the experts. And I think you're like, we need to listen to the experts. But the other is the reason why the executive branch becomes this flashpoint. And I don't know how recent decisions of the Supreme Court affect this, actually. It's not clear yet. Is that Michael Sandel is right that we have been putting more and more functions of the government in the administrative state to stabilize government against its own polarization. Now, its polarization in America is weird because, with the exception of some elements of MAGA, and I'm going to say some because MAGA is also a broad.
MAGA is messy, yes.
Yeah,
it's very easy to think of it as a coherent movement when it is very much not.
No, it is the opposite of a coherent movement, and I tell people the reason. You'll hear people on NPR be like, "Oh, MAGA, like the Republican Party's never been more unified," and I'm like, it's unified in a demagogue that says opposite things in a speech so that they don't notice that people are opposed. And one of the things the reason why Project 2025 is such a problem for Trump, I think, and I am almost unique. And this is not that he means it or doesn't mean it. I'm not sure. But Trump learned after all of his policy papers he ignored from 2016. He used to have a bunch of them on his website. He didn't do hardly any of them other than like trying the wall and shit. And in fact, a lot of his more, and this is something I said to you that kind of pissed you off in the past, but like a lot of his more adherent policies are actually just standard Republican policies.
Yes.
Well,
but I think this points to something that's very important to my understanding of MAGA and fascism and the relation between the two. And as someone with a long, unwholesome interest in fascism and what the heck it is and how it works, one thing that I knew intellectually for a long time, but did not really, feel in my gut, is the way in which fascism is not really a policy ideology. And so let me introduce some vocabulary that actually I was hoping on this call you would help me to refine into a better form, because your political science vocabulary is significantly more sophisticated than mine. But like, I think we often get confused about the distinction between governance ideologies of like how governments should operate and be conceived, versus policy ideologies, like what things should we do with the instrument of government as our explicit instrument of social policy, and social ideologies, like how should we conduct society, which is itself a political question.
Yeah.
And fascism is a social ideology. It's a vision of the way society should be. It's sort of a governance ideology in the sense that it is a sort of fantasy of authoritarian governance. And it's a particular kind of fantasy of authoritarian governance. And it is radically not a policy ideology. Like, fascism actually refuses a clear policy program. Famously, Mussolini exemplifies that. Like, Mussolini gets asked, well, this newspaper wants to know what your policy program is, and Mussolini says, well, my policy program is to break the bones of the people at that fucking newspaper, right? Like, and this is the thing that was revelatory looking at Trump, is Trump's protean radical confusion about policy is, as you say, an instrument by which he quiets the internal contradictions in policy imperatives within his supporting coalition. But more significantly, it's reflective of the deep fascist spirit of radical disinterest in policy questions. If we get our social sensibility straightened out and we purge the corrupting influences, if we rally behind our leader of profound insight, everything will just sort itself out, and we don't have to think about policy, right? It's an anti-politics in that sense.
Right. You get rid of it. It is a, and let's get into why, because we disagreed. I mean, our big disagreement was on Umberto Eco's "Or Fascism" article, which I hate, and you like.
I have ambivalence about it.
You were more.
It's not a useful definition of fascism. It is a helpful really diagnostic instrument for recognizing when you encounter fascism.
So, what I would say that makes Trump interesting to me, and one of the distinctions between you and I, is I've never called MAGA fascist, but unlike my friend Danny Besner, I have said that it has fascistic elements.
Yes, and that's where I was not so long ago.
But okay, now I think MAGA as a whole has fascistic elements. There are fascists in MAGA. That is where I am at.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, and I don't know why you think this has happened, it seems like the anti-fascist movement. Okay, I'm going to say one of the most inflammatory things I'm going to say in this interview. That the anti-fascist movement, largely off of a weird conception of popular frontism, which is part of why I said get it out of your mouth.
Interesting.
Ended up being the radical shock troops for Biden and for a cultural notion of politics, particularly around BLM, where you had this opportunity for a very brief moment for real reforms.
Mm-hmm.
But the reforms asked for were both milquetoast and also too broad in the context in which they were asked. For example, I am not anti-police abolition. I know a lot of people have become so in a long time, but I have always said the answer to police abolition is universal conscription into a civilian defense force, which nobody likes. Like, like when I'm like, no, if you get rid of cops, you have to replace cops. You don't just do that with social workers. You do that with everybody subsuming those functions. And that's a big fucking ask. You're not asking it, so we can't do it. All right. Yeah. So, and so, but the idea that you're going to get rid of cops by defunding them while they still have all their guns, that seems absurd.
All right. Well, and like, I have my internet litany where I say, fire every cop, no guns. But like implied in that is, as someone who's a police almost abolitionist, what you have to replace policing with, yes, does include like, stronger networks of various kinds of social democratic supports, such that the conditions that produce the thing we are talking about when we talk about crime are reduced, et cetera, but also like you do need homicide detectives, right? That's a thing you need in some form in your society. And part of my frustration with the vision of the sort of like popular left in these United States is there's a lot of hand waving about, well, the community will solve that. And I ask, well, let's get a little more specific about like what your mode of governance is.
Right. Also, the idea that communities are modes of governments and without fundamental, because there are times I'm like, okay, you want to get rid of the police, but you're not asking us to rewrite the Constitution, which, by the way, we'd really need to do.
We really need to do.
Right. Like
I have a whole host of crank ideas about how to do that.
Right. And so it's just, it seems to me like, yeah,
Okay,
I
but
do.
let's actually. I want to bring back where you started with this, which I think is really interesting. Which is okay. So you have this moment of alliance between BLM as a critique of policing, which like is right on the merits, right? The critique is 1,000,000% correct.
Right.
Um,
Agreed.
and questions of remedies are genuinely hard. And at the same time, we have this moment in which anti-fascists start to recognize Trumpism, and MAGA as fasci, if not specifically fascist. And so there's this alliance that emerges, even though they're not really integrally the same thing. And part of why I'm excitable about being smart about how we conceive fascism definitionally, and recognizing the ways in which, MAGA is recognizably fascist, is we need a analysis of how fascism operates, which is just better than what our current body of American anti-fascist organizing and movements are able to do. Like, anti-fascists in these United States have a terrific nose. Like, they can spot the scent very quickly and very well. But it's not actually animated by a sophisticated theory of what fascism is. And a lot of American anti-fascists have this, I think, sort of dumb leftist reading of, well, fascism is just neoliberalism to the extreme.
It is absolutely not.
Which is daft. Like that doesn't understand neoliberalism. It doesn't understand fascism. It doesn't understand authoritarianism. It doesn't understand MAGA. It's just wrong. It's barely even wrong, right? It's almost not even wrong. And that is a significant handicap in an environment in which we are dealing with live fascist movements. We need to be better than that.
I get, I have a friend of mine who's always attacking me for focusing on internet weirdos like Dugin, and I'm always like, well, it's hard for me to know how much influence Dugin has in Russia. Although I will admit that even if it's not Dugin, Putin sure as hell is using a lot more Eurasianist language outright.
Yeah.
So whether or not that's from Dugin, I suspect it isn't. That's irrelevant, and that Dugin was already speaking that language before it became popular. But that I went to the American, like the page on American conservatism on Wikipedia, and I noticed how fundamentally dramatically changed the references at the bottom of the article were.
That's interesting.
And so instead of seeing stuff like Jess Russell Kirk and Lind and all those people, Avola was explicitly there. And so it became clear to me, and also post-COVID, you see people like Ron McIntyre picking up Smith and Pareto and the Italian Elite School, and also Neo-Reaction. One of the things that I can say about the period of what I would call the anti-fascist high point, and you and I would agree that one of the big frustrations right now is it's not there. Like, whatever happened after BLM, that seems exhausted. And
I think it's a little strong, but I see what you mean. Yeah.
Well, at least the explicit street movement version of it that we saw from 2019 to 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, that moment is past.
It's way past. I would also argue that it wasn't particularly effective because it misrecognized the parts of that coalition that had staying power. One of the things that I had said that, you and I, again, we've spent way too much time in weird right-wing literature in our lives.
Yes.
For different reasons. You're an occultist. I'm a weirdo who studies that shit, but not for the reasons you do.
Well, I also come to it by way of politics.
Right.
So, I mean, like, I was drawn into it when I was trying to understand movement conservatism, and discovered the distinction between movement conservatism and the American far right, and the sort of relationship between those. And that's how I came to actually be interested in fascism, is through the American far right. So I did get it sort of from two different sides, but not coming through a kind of leftist critique of the right as my lineage in understanding the right.
Well, I mean, let's be frank here. I didn't get it from coming from a leftist critique either. I was one of them. Like not to the extent that I was ever on racial policies or anything like that, but that I was in the paleo-conservative anti-war movement, which,
because it has its seductive qualities.
Right, still does. In fact, it's come back. Those seductive qualities have come back. I mean,
yeah.
This is what we see.
And the reasons why those seductions are dangerous is that much more apparent now. But that doesn't mean that it's not seductive. That's why it's there.
It is also clear that paleo-conservatives are no longer as allergic to power as they once were. Now that Trump is involved, when you have people at the American Conservative talking about, well, maybe we need to get rid of term limits, which is something that they would have balked at even under Pat Buchanan's editorship. But what I was saying about that, though, is that even for people who were white nationalist sympathetic in the 90s, like Sam Francis, they said that white nationalism was a dead project in the United States, that it would just not work, that they needed to split off a coalition of professionals to fight other professionals, basically, and you needed a meaner middle class to do that, and that would be a multi-ethnic coalition, probably one that didn't include a lot of Black people, but probably one that did include a lot of Latinos and Asians. And I think the left, after the Floyd protest, did some rhetorical moves that actually played into that. I'm not going to get too much into BIPOC because I don't know how much I think these word choices really matter. But I did notice, this pushback on Asian and Latin representationalism and people of color. And I get it with some like South Asians and whatnot really talking about it. I'm like, but you're the richest demographic in the country. And you're the richest demographic for racist reasons. We don't let poor Indians come to the United States. Like if you look at Punjabi, for example, Punjabi immigrants in Canada versus Punjabi immigrants in the US, they're completely different social economic statuses, for example. So Sikh here we associate with wealth, whereas there's a lot of like Sikh truck drivers in Canada. And that's the result of relatively racist policies of immigration. But India has a lot of educated people and we want them. So, and there was a lot of that in the 20 teens, like leading a lot of this representational movement. And there's a Black pushback to that and talk about, people of color's anti-Blackness. Some from an Afro pessimist point of view, which I'm more skeptical of, but some which was just being honest about inter-minority tensions in a way that just they often weren't during that time period.
Yeah.
But to me, I'm like, okay, but alienating the potentially largest demographic of color in the country, Latin people, seems stupid. And for a variety of reasons, some of which I think are material, I don't think it's just this. Inability to do anything about the border one way or the other. The assumption that Latin people wanted open borders was just not true, but they wanted meaningful border reform, which no one gave them. The fact that because of systemic language racism, whereas a lot of African Americans could go into federal and state businesses that actually had to live by anti-segregation rules in a meaningful sense, in a way that private corporations sometimes do, sometimes don't. There was a whole lot of entry into municipal jobs in the Black community. It didn't happen in the Latin community because Latin people often didn't speak English, and they definitely, given some of their questionable immigration statuses, weren't going to go for government jobs.
Right.
Which meant that there's a much larger, very, very petite bourgeois strata to that group, and that this idea that liberals had in the aughts and teens that meant demographic was destiny was like, that's absurd. You need to look at the economic conditions of these different groups. They're not the same. It is weirdly kind of actually racist to pretend they are. But when confronting that, they answered it with BIPOC, which has a legitimacy in that the Black and Indigenous experience is fundamentally different than the Latin and Asian experience, even though they've all been subject to white racism and white supremacy. The economic conditions are different. The what you came not with were different. Now, I would
at that point, it does raise the question, like, okay, well, if we're going to talk about different species of racism in American life, well, then don't we need to differentiate all of them and talk about the dynamics of all of the different kinds of racisms that we have?
But I think
And
it makes
that is
people
tricky to talk about, and I don't like it. I do not want to get into like two white guys talking about the true dynamics of racism in America. Like, that's tiresome in the ways that it's tiresome. But I think this is relevant in thinking about MAGA, in that, like, MAGA is animated by racist sensibilities in ways that are transparently obvious if you're paying attention, but it's complicated in that even most American conservatives, casting a wide net for conservatism, but like ordinary American conservative citizens, right, are racist in a whole bunch of ways, but they really sincerely conceive of themselves as opposed to racism. They conceive of themselves as opposed to a racism which is different from their sensibilities, which is a worse thing, which they do not have, and they are sincerely insulted when you accuse them of racism because they're racist, but they've just formulated their own fantasy conception of what racism is, which is not them.
Right. Well, I would also go, and I'm going to really chastise the CRT movement, which is no longer really even that big on even the liberal left anymore. I think pretty much everybody's seen flaws in it. I was talking about D'Angelo's fall for potential plagiarism. It might be manufactured. It looks kind of legit, but also kind of not. The more I dig into it, like it is real, but also maybe more superficial than it seems. Which is often the case with books that are produced rushed for a moment. That isn't a defense of it. It's just an acknowledgement of real practices, which means that almost anybody can be opened up to it if they're not incredibly fastidious in their writing. This is to say, though, that my problem with Robin DiAngelo and Abraham X. Kendi was multiple-fold. But even in the terms of X. Kendi, is that he thought it was confusing to talk about different types of racism, like systemic racism, bigotry, implicit bias, and all that should be talked about as the same thing. And I'm like, and at risk of being the off-white guy talking about this. And by off-white, just because I come from ethnically diverse, but I'm not a WASP. I was thinking, like, that's actually kind of a problem, because how you deal with all three of those problems, and that's not even getting to all three of those sets have different subsets of different groups, but are radically different. Like, the way I deal with systemic racism can be race blind in the way that I'm handling, say, poverty could handle a whole lot of that, because you're equal. Whereas there is no waste blind way to handle bigotry or implicit bias. So but he flattened all those things, and then would say that policy that was not explicitly about dealing with racism, even if it would net benefit Black people, for example, was still structurally racist. And I'm like, that's dangerous and absurd. And that became a talking point for a few years. That's kind of gone away now. And the DEI moment has kind of gone away. We've seen this moment of progressive inclusion from corporations. They are getting tired of the pushback. It is not as profitable to them as it once was. It is also not profitable for them to just cater to conservatives. It seems to be profitable for them now to just be quiet. I bring that up because it seems to me, when we talked about this moment about, how a lot of these people ended up being the radical foot soldiers of the Biden moment is when Biden came into power. We had a year where Biden, and I don't know if you agree with me about this. Biden is an interesting figure on the American left liberal stage because of his age. He is a villain in his actual legislative record, and I think
Yes.
even you would agree with that.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, well, and what's fascinating about Biden, if I can sort of like jump to where I think you're going,
mm-hmm.
Is congressional Biden, right? Is the embodiment of the neoliberal turn in the Democratic Party,
Correct.
abandoning the New Deal logics in the face of the encounter with the success of movement conservatism, and to the Dem establishment, which emerges with this neoliberal consensus and an approach to American politics, which faces the dominance of movement conservatism as the lodestar of the Reagan and post-Reagan era, right? They say, well, the only way that you can achieve anything liberal in the Democratic Party sense of liberal is to trim it down to size, don't spook the racist white people who don't know they're racist, don't make the bargains you can with Republicans, and they look at progressives as dangerous, ignorant children who do not understand how American politics work, because they survived the bloodbath of the Reagan era, where all of those people were crushed.
Right.
And so they have very good reasons to think that progressives are just dangerously irresponsible. And of course, their moment of political imprinting is the 80s and 90s.
Right.
And the world is different. And then what's double interesting about Biden is President Biden does not completely release that neoliberal Dem establishment sensibility, but he lets go of a lot more of it than any of us could have anticipated.
Right.
And that has not registered with like Dem progressives, much less the left.
Right. So, I want to get into why, because I think his age is actually specific here. He is one of the enactors of what we might call the DNC, or if we go back to its earlier incarnation, the Atari Democrat policy. But he is not actually of that generation. He is not a Gary Hart Democrat.
Right.
He is a Walter
he's earlier
Democrat, which means his instincts are coalitional.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the Clinton era, which was actually a radically not coalitional, at least within the Democratic Party coalition movement, they make concessions to racial groups, but only really couched and not, and we have to remember, Clinton actually did have some Southern base. I mean, like, the 2000 election seems to have wiped out our memory of the fact that the Dixiecrats were not all Republicans yet. They weren't all Strom Thurmond.
Yeah.
A lot of them were, but they weren't all Strom Thurmond. They all became Strom Thurmond and with the Bush administration, which is why one of the reasons why I found the stuff which would be very problematic. But what I would say about that is that what we see now with Biden is it throws everyone off, because we've forgotten Carter used to do that. Although Carter was one of the great neoliberalizers. I mean, he's really even from the executive perspective, he begins the process that Reagan accelerates.
Yes.
And yet he also did throw bones to even parts of the new left in his brief tenure as president. He's the last president to operate that way. Obama really did not. He was concerned with proving that he was not really going to be what he campaigned as, which is someone who is a drastic departure from the Clinton era consensus. We see this from him bringing kind of honestly the most reactionary parts of both the Clinton and Carter administrations back into power in his first cabinet. Even so far as, I mean, like, he gives Gary Hart an ambassadorship to China.
Yeah.
But in this misrecognition of the moment, we see Obama as the beginning of something new, and what he really was the end of that era of politics. Biden comes up, and he's a coalitional player. He knows that era of politics is ending. He is not. I don't want people to think when you hear like, oh, Biden is the most progressive president since FDR. And I'm like, no, he's the most progressive president since LBJ, and that's damning with faint praise. But his instincts are spread out. So he'll like appoint right-wing people to this, make concessions to right-wing people for that, but he'll also be actually enforcing antitrust law, which no one has done since Carter.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I mean, like on a lot of the quiet good governance stuff, the Biden administration has been surprisingly good in a way that, I will admit is hard for me to register because, in all the ways that like people like you and I are radicals, like that stuff feels like small potatoes, but it is also significant.
Yeah, this is the paradox of Biden for me. I will admit that he has done good things for the NRA, even though he's also betrayed it at moments. But he's done more good for it than anyone. It hasn't translated to the labor movement being reborn, despite what people have tried to tell you. There's no evidence for that. But it has been like, oh, we're not just going to ignore all of labor law.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to reform it to be more progressive like we kind of promised to do, and we never actually do. But that's partly the legislature's fault. So we're going to do this in the NLRA. He's also, however, the suppressor of a legitimate rail strike and not really modernizing rail labor, which is unforgivable for a quote labor president.
It's unforgivable and also surprising since Biden is actually a train nerd.
Yeah, like, I mean, the whole thing was like...
I remember when he was elected, I was like, well, at least we're going to have good rail transit policy. And it turns out that that's one of the things that Biden has not delivered.
Right. He did calculations in the Inflation Act. I was just listening to Adam Tooze go into the specifics of this, but they were trying to balance off what he had to give to the right of the Democratic Party, the mansions of the party, literally off of sneaking a very small scale Green New Deal into the Inflation Act. It was all carrots and no sticks. And look, I get it, because you do have people like Cori Bush who became vulnerable to attacks from AIPAC, partly because she over-insisted on the sticks being in that stuff.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not against sticks, but I'm always like, if you're going to raise gas prices, you got to figure out how to get working people to work, and you're already in an environment with the cash.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. And pretending that, like, oh, we can just do what Europe does, but you haven't built Europe's transportation infrastructure like at all. And it's harder to do in the United States. I will admit that we're a much bigger geographical area. I mean,
right. There are mechanical challenges, and there's institutional challenges.
Right.
They're both enormous. And just turning that ship around, it takes time.
But the other element of Biden that I've emphasized rhetorically, and the reason I'm talking to you about this is I want people to realize that I've realized this is a much more paradoxical thing than people realize, is that he was also a normalizer of a lot of Trump policies.
Yes.
Some of which are quite bad.
Yes.
Because they were hard. Like, the moment immigration got even kind of a little bit sticky, he trailed Trumpists on immigration. And as I said, he didn't get any credit for it. Like, I'm like, right. You think that people are going to give you credit for it? No, that you're just giving them the space to start demanding, like, that we shoot all the immigrants at the border regardless of who they are. Like, it's just...
Well, and this is the thing that I don't understand, because Americans, it doesn't take much to convince even conservatives. Well, part of the resolution of American immigration policy is you have to have a clean, fair path to citizenship.
Right.
Like, people actually want, Americans, even super racist Americans, want a clear path to citizenship for people who want to be dedicated Americans. And that it seems like the easiest political sell you could possibly sell.
Until you try to figure out what you're going to do, how you're going to set it up.
And of course, the problem that Biden has faced is that any attempt at immigration policy, good, evil, or sideways, was just going to face opposition from Republicans because they wanted to deny him the victory. Right. They wanted him to deny them the victory because Trump asked them to.
Right. I mean, so even when he's making concessions to Republican
right. There's no gain to gain there. It's all just bad policy. And that, to your point about the coalition politics, Biden's skill and intuition for coalition politics, which is in many ways admirable, is just counterproductive in trying to resolve immigration policy in any kind of sane way.
And the other thing about him is he's a Zionist, which I think, unfortunately, and I know this is an unpopular thing to say on the left, but while most Americans do care, I mean, even conservative Americans are beginning to really worry about what's happening in Israel, to the Palestinians, not just, to the Israelis. Trump's hyper support of Israel actually is a flashpoint in their own movement, and weirdly is leading to resurrections of bizarro forms of anti-Semitism we haven't seen in a while. And I do blame Israeli policy for that as much as even the right.
Well, I mean, Israel's policy is monstrous.
Right.
Right. The attack on Gaza really is genocidal.
Absolutely.
And Biden is sympathetic to Israel because he is old enough to remember the time in which Israel was in fact weak, did in fact face existential threats, and he can't shake that sympathy, which makes him unwilling to confront the Israelis as hard as one would have to in order to do anything meaningful about American complicity in supporting Israel in this nightmare moment.
Right. And I also have the unpopular opinion that part of them are afraid that if they didn't supply Israel with everything it asked for, that Israel would still do this policy anyway, which would make America look weak. I know that is
I think position. That is definitely right about how the administration is thinking.
Right.
And it is at least plausibly right about the physical universe. Like, I mean, I think it was incumbent upon Biden to deny all support to Israel by January, when it was clear that the Israelis' fever was not going to break. They really were just going to end up in this forever war of murdering Gazan civilians.
Even calling it a war at this point, I mean, like, yeah, we're Hamas, but most of the people are killed.
Yeah, well, and actually, that's an embarrassing slip of the tongue on my part, because I try to avoid using the word war because I think it is misleading in understanding what's going on. And at the same time, like the left has largely lost the plot, where like the attack on Gaza is a nightmare. It's genocidal, and the manifestations of opposition to that have managed to exaggerate the actual horrors, which is very impressive. Like, taking horrors that bad and finding ways to exaggerate them, finding ways to see the ordinary horrors of military conflict as if they were totally novel, finding ways to...
That's a big accusation, Jordan. Can you tell me, I mean, Jonathan, can you tell me what you think they're exaggerating?
So number one, I think it is a mistake to read Israel's action as an attempt to kill every Palestinian in Gaza. That's just not true. If they really wanted to kill as many civilians as possible, they would be killing a lot more civilians.
They're killing a
lot of civilians
we haven't seen since World War II, dude. But
don't get me wrong. It's a nightmare, and the scale and logics of it are genocidal. But it is not an attempt to kill everyone. A, because we know they could kill more people if they were really determined. And B,
yes, they could.
You can see it in all kinds of decisions that they're making, right? What is Netanyahu's logic? It's the same as it has always been, right? And this is the other half of my critique of sort of like the exaggerated fantasy of the left about the evils of the Israelis, right? What? The Likudniks held power for 20 years and only just now got around to the genocide they wanted to do? No, it is actually a response to October 7th. And that doesn't mean that it's justified. It's not. But it is, in fact, a response to October 7th. And if you're a Likud, what is October 7th? It's a demonstration that your security policy for Israel was a sham. The fantasy that you could just wall off Gaza and engage in military policing from the outside and get the Palestinians in Gaza to just shut the fuck up and not bother us anymore, right? It was always an insane fantasy. It was always brutal. It was always absurd. No,
there's always a slow genocide versus a fast one too.
Well, and yes, it's a genocide in the broad sense of genocide, and the broad sense of genocide is important to grasp. But that's different from trying to kill.
They weren't even trying to kill every Palestinian. They were trying to chase them out.
Right. Well, but like they didn't even want Gaza. Like the Likudniks pulled settlements out of Gaza because securing them was too difficult. They were like, we just want the problem to go away. We want to do as little as possible. Right. And so every time there's an incident, right, we're just going to bomb Gaza a little bit to teach the Palestinians a lesson. And it seemed to the bonehead Likudniks like that worked well enough until their policy was a demonstrated catastrophic failure on October 7th, right? Where no, they had not secured the safety of Israelis. They had done the opposite of that. The only thing they could think of immediately was a brutal counterattack. And the only thing they can think of now is to turn Gaza into something more like the West Bank, where it's cantonized and it's subject to stronger military policing. They do not want to colonize it. They do not want to kill Palestinians. They're just willing to kill ridiculous numbers of Palestinians out of callous disregard in their attempt to cheaply achieve security for Israel in the stupid terms they imagine.
Well, the other thing that it does is it distracts from the West Bank, and they can.
And it distracts from the West Bank, yes.
Right, the settlers can finish their business in the West Bank, and there will be no more West Bank. I mean, that seems to me explicitly part of the goal. I mean, like, okay, what I thought you were going to push back on is actually something that one of my critiques of the left narrative about this, which is to read this all as a project of post-European Jewry and totally in the terms of Herzl.
Yes, well, I do push back against that. There's this reading. Oh, this was always the dream of Zionism. It is
to some degree parts of it were,
but and I mean, like, let's not be naive about the history of Zionism, right? Yes, the Zionist movement from the very beginning included a large element that did, in fact, want an expansive territorial claim. They were going to purge the territory completely, and they were not just willing but enthusiastic about vigorous use of violence. That is unmistakably a component of the long Zionist tradition, but it's not definitional to Zionism, and it's not definitional to Israel, as demonstrated by the fact that Israel was perfectly happy to have this absurd, quasi-sovereign West Bank and quasi-sovereign Gaza, and would have been happy to leave that shitty condition forever. Right? They did not see a need to seize and occupy those territories. In fact, the Likudniks, who most embody that element of the Zionist tradition, like their plan was just to get the existing Palestinians to shut the fuck up and have a secure Israel inside the Green Line. I think Likudniks regard the settlers in the West Bank not as like people who they want to support, but an instrument for controlling Palestinians in the West Bank.
Which they also saw in terms of Hamas, and you've even this is where
and that's why the Hamas bargain is there. And so the left critique, we are finally seeing the unfolding of the necessary logic of Zionism is simply wrong. It's just not true. And maybe you disagree about that.
I do disagree with that, but my critique about the left on this is a couple of things. Is they have gone so far as to start denying that Hamas was supported by the Netanyahu government, which is just factually
wrong. Is a weird thing for the left to do,
right? And they seem to be doing it to make Hamas more explicitly heroic. And I'm like, look, if I was in Gaza right now, if I was Palestinian, I would have sided with Hamas as soon as the shit went down. But
Hamas are bad.
Right. But
Hamas are bad. Like, we have to recognize that part of the picture here is that Hamas are bad. They're bad, and they're opposed to all of the things that we love.
In so much that Hamas is moderated, which it has, believe it or not, I've read all its charters now. It has done so from pressure from other Palestinian groups, and a lot of the Hamas leaders are hiding out in other countries and not actually on the ground right now, which is why they're being assassinated in ways that risk this being breaking out into another much larger war.
Yes.
But the other things that are misreadings is, while Israel is a settler colonial power, there's no doubt about that. The reading it as just the current situation as just one of European settler colonialism is
10
wrong.
kinds of irresponsible. Yeah,
it's just wrong. The Mizrahi, who are in many ways amongst Jews a subjugated group, they're poor. They're the people forced out of Iran, Yemen, etc. There are a large number of, they're at least half, if not more, that 80% of Israelis who do not have a second passport. You always hear this brought up, like 20% of Israelis can just leave, and I'm like, okay,
yeah, but who is that?
But who is that?
It's mostly the most prosperous Ashkenazi.
Right. And a lot of them have left. I also pointed out to people, and it's actually what we've seen is the Mizrahi see this as a more existential battle than the Ashkenazi do.
Well,
they are
because,
more likely
let's be clear, like, how did we end up with so many Mizrahi Israelis? Well, there was a population transfer.
Right.
It was a population transfer from all of the Arab countries, where there were pogroms in all of the Arab countries. The Mizrahi migrated to Israel. They are now the Israeli, at least plurality.
I think they're an out-and-out majority population.
I think now majority, it's close, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong.
Because liberal Ashkenazi have largely left Israel. So it's like, I mean, people were like, oh, we're forcing boots in the ground. And I was actually arguing with Donald Parkson about this. I was like, you don't know enough about Israel, because yes, you have. And a lot of them have already left. A lot of liberal Zionists have given up the liberal Zionist project.
Yeah.
And so, you might think liberal Zionism is impossible. I know you don't. I kind of do. But
at the very least, liberal Zionism faces a deep internal contradiction it needs to wrestle with.
Right. So there's no way around that. But this idea that they could all just go back to Europe or the United States, we'd have to let, I don't know,
millions of Israelis,
millions of Mizrahi Israelis with no past with Europe or the U.S. at all,
right,
into those countries. And what kind of force do you think they would be? Yeah. It's just, now I realize that most Palestinians do not actually see their future anymore. Without, they don't actually think they're going to get rid of all the Jews from the land. They don't. I mean, even Hamas seems to have taken that out of the charter. From the river to the sea does not mean ethnically cleansing.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem with the slogan, is it's deeply ambiguous.
Right.
Most people who say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, are not imagining a purge of Israeli Jews. Like, they do not imagine that as the future that they are advocating for. But there are unmistakably people, and I think actually the authors of the slogan, right? That is what they want. That is what they imagine. That is their dream. And that ambiguity is a serious problem in just grappling analytically about, well, what the heck is the way forward? What is even a conceivable way forward, much less a desirable
one? Well, I don't know. I mean, the PLO, I don't think when they adopted that phrase were actually thinking about expelling all the Jews. But yes, when Hamas picked it up.
Well, so I happen to have read the PLO charter,
Okay.
which is very instructive.
Okay.
And the PLO charter says, well, our plan is a democratic, secular state of Palestine, inclusive of all of what was British Mandate Palestine, that would be an Arab nation, and Jews would be welcome to stay as guests. Well, and like, you can imagine the conditions of that were that dream to be realized.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, that like the PLO abandons that pretty quickly.
Well, and I think like that was never entirely sincere, and like we're in this strange moment in which, yes, Hamas has had to moderate for a host of reasons, and I will not pretend to have an informed opinion about how true that is to the true essence of what real Hamas really is. I don't know that anyone knows that, and I sure as heck don't pretend to.
No, I don't know that. I know that most Palestinians feel like they mean it, but that's all I know. Like, and
I like a lot of advocates for Palestinian liberation are righteous and sincere and liberal in the sense that they imagine, a Lib Dem state of Palestine, which is secular and inclusive, and
probably social democratic too,
and social democratic, and therefore, former Israelis, the Jews of the future dream state of Palestine, would be equal citizens within an Arab state, fundamentally Arab state. And there are worse things to dream of, but also we know that there is enough surviving Palestinian animosity toward Israeli Jews for the best of reasons,
for absolutely valid reasons,
that it is very difficult to imagine getting from our current point A to a point B in which, yes, we're all living happily together. And I think, another thing that American leftists are just like deeply delusional about is, well, there was, an Arcadian state in history in which Palestine was a beautiful land of harmony, which was then destroyed by the imposition of Zionism.
What did they been talking about? The Ottoman Empire?
Oh, yeah. Right, what? Like that moment never existed, and it is a beautiful thing to aspire to. And in my heart, that is what I would aspire to out of my perfidious liberalism.
Well, this is one thing I've noticed about the adoption of, and I want to be clear, when we talk about the lefts that are not liberal, not all of them are mine. All right. Some of them are people who are basically what I would say indigenous romantics, which I do think has a place because it gets us to take indigenous issues seriously. Marxists historically don't, actually. I mean, they kind of do, but not really. Like, they do in other nations when they're trying to drum up national liberation stuff.
Generally say, well, fundamentally people are all the same, and I don't want to get into some reactionary horse shit about Blutenboden essences of peoples. Like, there are cultural differences that people care about.
Right, and they're real. I mean, and it's actually a problem for Marxism because Marxism wants to be universal and particularistic on this issue.
It's a problem for liberalism because liberalism wants to be universal.
And actually, I was going to say, it is actually our liberal origins that instigate this conflict. Yeah. Because what I will say, that where you and I agree, is Marxism is a development out of liberalism. I do not think it is just liberalism for us. I think it negates elements of liberalism because it negates elements of property.
Yes.
But
well, and again, I'll ask you again my core question: what is the name for liberalism without property?
Probably socialism. But the thing is, liberalism without property is unrecognizable as liberalism for most people.
Well, but you got all the other stuff. You got rule of law, you got due process, you got universal rights.
Even Stalin believed in rule of law, believe it or not. That's why he had sham trials. We don't even have sham trials. We have sham prosecutors. We don't have sham trials. Like, you never get a sham trial in America.
That's dark, sibling. That is dark.
but it
But
is.
no, I'm sorry. Stalin did not believe in liberalism in that sense. Stalin was a fucking dictator.
He's a dictator, but he believed in rule of law.
No, he did not. No,
He absolutely did.
Stalin was authoritarian, right? Stalin was pure power politics, and and very crafty about organizing the loci of power within the Soviet Empire, such that none of them would threaten
Soviet Empire. Okay, like, yeah, this is where our real differences stand out. And I am not a Stalin apologist, which is, you might see me as one, though, after this conversation.
You're being a little apologetic in this moment, but I understand that you're not fundamentally a Stalin apologist.
Well, I mean, I think that, but my point about the rule of law, at least from Stalin's, yes, he was an authoritarian, absolutely. That tendency,
and I would say definitionally, authoritarianism and rule of law are in opposition.
See,
rule
I don't. Law is about, this is a fundamental difference. I don't see that at all.
All right, well, so let me make the case so you can shoot it down. Rule of law is in opposition to authoritarianism because it says there are structural limitations on how power can be exercised. And authoritarianism says where there is power, right, power simply should be exercised and is opposed to institutional limitations like rule of law, like checks and balances, et cetera, et cetera. Liberalism says you need to create structural impediments to unfettered exercise of power. Right? That is the liberal case in part. That is part of the liberal case that I want to retain in our glorious socialist future, which we will build together. And Stalin is an authoritarian in the sense that, well, yes, right, he was an institutionalist in the sense of constructing institutions and enabling them, but those institutions were always instrumental to the exercise of power rather than a mechanism for limiting, constraining, and shaping the exercise of power.
Okay, so I would agree with you about that, but I do think Stalin took Soviet law seriously in that he was not breaching Soviet law. The powers invested in him as the head secretary of the Soviet Union, and there was another. I mean, theoretically, there was checks and balances. I'd say very theoretically, because the Workers' Council's elected a fucking president. Like, and that was not Stalin. We don't remember. One of the funniest things about the Soviet Union, we don't remember who the presidents were.
Right.
Like because the general secretary.
Well, and I would say that was, like paper liberalism, which was worth the paper it was printed on.
We don't talk about the presidents of the Soviet Union at all. We talk about the Secretariat of the Soviet Union because party rules, which were made democratically by the Politburo, but the Politburo was very small, had more say than the rules that came out of the Duma or the Soviets themselves. People think that the Soviets were abolished in the Soviet Union, like the workers. They were not. They
persisted forever, vestigally.
Right. But formally. But
they did not constrain authoritarian exercise of power.
Absolutely not. They didn't constrain it either later on. But one of the things I push back on, like the Yuzovchina or the purges, or the Red Terror, which is pre-Stalin, is that in both cases, the Soviets unleashed social forces that they could not control.
Yes.
And like the extent of the Yuzovchina, the purges, is not just Stalin like putting out quotas, which he did, and he did have trials, but also that like people started getting revenge on each other very quickly, and basically the construction of the law made defending yourself against those accusations very hard to do, particularly in the context of Stalin's fear of war with actually he thought he was going to go to war with Britain, not Germany, which is people will pretend he was playing fifth dimensional chess, and he was preparing for war, but he was preparing for a different war. He was preparing for war in some ways that are hard to justify. Like, I don't know, like I'm afraid of the Japanese, so I'm going to move all the Soviet Koreans to Kazakhstan for no reason. And stuff like that. Like,
simultaneously authoritarian and simultaneously authoritarian, brutal, and bad judgment. Yes.
Right. Or, are people like Stalin did this? I'm like, he also ethnically sorted Central Asia and Eastern Europe, which nobody, including the fascists, could have done priorly.
And
So
I would say all of that is exercise of authoritarian power. And authoritarianism does not necessarily mean is not necessarily simply autocracy. Authoritarian orders often involve all kinds of hierarchies of power and local local forms of power, and authoritarian exercise of power, not by individuals but by groups that are coordinated. The defining characteristic, to my mind, that makes authoritarianism in opposition to liberalism is that where there is power, there are no checks on the direction of its exercise. Right? Whereas a liberal order attempts, in Madison's phrase, right? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If government were composed of angels, no checks on government would be necessary. But if men are to govern men, flag for sexism, then we need to constrain the government from acting in authoritarian terms. Like, Madison doesn't say authoritarian, but that's what he's talking about. He's like, I want to have a government that's strong enough to do the things it needs to do, but which is not unfettered in a way that produces the dysfunctions of authoritarianism, both in terms of creating good policy and in terms of like brutality. So what we need is a liberal order which has institutional checks on the exercise of power.
But what, I'm going to remind you though, what was he so interested in protecting?
Well, and part of what he was interested in protecting was the most anti-democratic possible thing, right? Which is the institution of slavery. But
the institution of slavery, and even when it wasn't that, it was the institution of landowning wealth. So,
and the institution of landowning wealth, yes. And but again, the idea of self-limiting institutional structures, right, is integral to the liberal vision. And that's one of the things that I want to retain in my socialist dream. And it's one of the things that I'm frustrated with the left being naive about and sort of doing hand waving about what the modes of governance are and what the forms of governance are. I want as like forms of governance, modes of governance, a liberal order, which is democratic, it's democratically accountable, it's limited, there's transparency of law. And I do not hold up existing liberal democracies as exemplars of that principle fully enacted. No, all of our problems are with the ways in which those principles are mortifyingly incomplete. But the direction of the principle, and this is a place where I think you and I have friction, the direction of liberal principle, excluding the principle of property rights, is good because, as a general rule, the doing liberalism harder points in the direction of justice.
Oh boy. All right. You just mentioned the J word. So for those of you who don't know, I don't believe in the J word. Like at all. I think any talk of justice is mostly talk of revenge. But I suspect that you and I actually have similar goals in a lot of ways in that my interest for class liberation is also in the interest of liberation of things of social reproduction and of things that I do not think, and this is why I'm not a class reductionist, despite what people say. I'm a class primicist, which is different.
Yes.
That I don't think you get rid of sexism and racism totally by just getting rid of social classes. But as long as sexism and racism exist, there will be a tendency towards social classes, which is why I think you have to deal with it.
Yes.
And I don't think it's easy to do. I don't think I am not one of those people who thinks, oh, if we got rid of property, racism will go away tomorrow. Frankly, racism is a modern ideology, but the root human, let's say, mental techniques that allow for racism is kinship bonds, and misconstruing or construing kinship bonds broadly or narrowly. And the societies that construe kinship bonds narrowly also tend who become more and more ethnocentric. All societies are kind of ethnocentric. I hate to say that, but they just kind of are. It's the anthropological truth. But the ones that construe kinship more narrowly tend to be more ethnocentric. They are more afraid of outsiders polluting their bloodlines. Yeah. And so while that is not inherent to the human species, I mean, people from Marshall Solon, I could just list.
But the capacity for bigotry
is there. It's
there.
Right.
Which is then exploited by the emergence of racism and sexism and all of those other bigotries that we're familiar with in a sort of like social justice context, and their resilient systems, like you can't just switch them off. They are truly systemic and very, very hard to address.
So this is where I'm gonna I am a believer, and I was actually told that I was a bad Marxist for this, but I am a believer in internal checks on policies and imposing institutions.
You're my kind of liberal, it turns out.
But I am also a believer in the dictatorship of the proletariat, which I interpret in a very particular way from Hal Draper, but it is in the fact that I do think that the political rights of property holders have to be suspended, and that I do not necessarily or even primarily mean that we just execute them. I mean that they
tempting as that is on a bad day.
Yeah, it's no
bad road to go down.
I think it's a bad road to go down. I think
it's both evil and stupid. So let's not do that.
I think that there is a truth that I believe and you don't. Maybe that handling socialism will necessarily lead to civil war. That civil war should be as brief as fucking possible, because one of the things that I think you learn from the Bolsheviks is social exhaustion leads to revenge, and that will eventually undo your society. I don't care who the leader is. And this is something that I think MLs get very mad at me for being like, well, you just think it's like a bad leadership problem, but like, why did you get Khrushchev in the first place if you have such a problem with him? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. All the other good leaders were dead.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, how did that happen?
Right. It's just like, so that attitude, but I mean, I guess one of the things that you and I will get to that I think we need to talk about is the weird radicalization of social democracy into a kind of faux ML narrative. And I say faux ML because people aren't connecting up to any state for this, or not any socialist state anyway. It's not like when the CPUSA had an active relationship with the USSR, even. Like, this is not from actually experienced socialist states. They'll say it is. They'll talk about China, but China's not giving the directives that I see. And they'll talk about Vietnam without acknowledging that Vietnam is in a geopolitical conflict with China constantly, even though that doesn't, from the ideological perspective, doesn't really make sense, because China and Vietnam have survived by being liberalizing communist societies. And I mean that in the market sense, not in the social sense. Although even in Vietnam, more than China, even in the social sense. With China, there's been some social liberalization in the last decade under Xi, believe it or not, although it's not entirely obvious. It's a much more complicated.
Very complicated, yes.
Varies by region greatly. And also, I feel uncomfortable talking about it because I pretty much believe if you don't speak Mandarin, you can't really comment on it. But I will also say most Mandarin speakers have...
Part of why I say it's complicated is because I know I do not understand China.
Right.
I understand China just well enough to understand how profoundly I do not understand China.
Right, exactly. Me too. And I have Chinese people come on all the time and talk to me about it. But I also will listen to Chinese apologists for the state, frankly, tell me stuff. And neither one of them seem entirely accurate all the time from what I'm seeing from the outside. One of my weirdly most controversial statements was like, China is the most responsible capitalist power, because that pissed everybody off. Because I called China capitalist power.
That is marvelously perverse. Well, and it's one of those things that's not quite true, but is pointed at a truth. Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, in so much that they are subject to an international market. I mean, like, you could argue that what a lot of people accused the Soviet Union of being, which I don't think it actually really was, which is state capitalism, is actually more true for China, in that the state is literally a shareholder in a lot of the businesses. There's so many different ways that, I mean, when you talk about like Chinese co-ops, I'm actually always amazed at how many different ways they're structured. It's very hard to generalize about them.
Yes.
It's one of the things where I'm like, well, most of the people talking about this are full of shit, because the more I learn about it, the more I'm like, oh my God, this is way more complicated.
It's really complicated. Also, China is big, so there's different things in different places.
And it's very provincial in that the provinces work very differently from one another too. So even in regards to things like we talk about like zero COVID policy, but the various Chinese regions did not handle that all the same way. And so like it's interesting. So
well, okay, so let me ask you this question about like if liberalism includes private property, so in that sense, China is significantly liberal, scare quotes.
Yes, it is.
And I part of this in my mind, one thing I do think I understand a little bit about China is like Chinese elites genuinely conceive of themselves as democratically accountable.
Yes.
Because they genuinely fear popular revolution and see that as a form of democratic accountability.
Right.
In a way that's very hard for us to conceive, looking at them and saying, no, you're not democratically accountable.
I mean, I actually would. I mean, this is one of the things where, like, when defenders of China hit us at the weakness of our own democracy, they have a point that we underestimate democratic apparatuses in China, particularly at the provincial and local levels, which are real.
There's just a lot of moving parts,
right? But the moving parts actually do weirdly empower the central government, and there has been a consolidation. And I mean, someone as left as Mike Davis was quite worried about, even though Xi's program from him was largely undoing some of the worst excesses of the Deng and Xi Min regimes. And I think that's actually true. Like, there's social democratic programs implemented under Xi that have liberated rural poverty that was ignored from like 1982 when Deng came in power and undid a lot of the Mao apparatus, all the way to like basically through Hu Jintao, who knew it was a problem, and was talking about like basically Red New Deal, which I laughed at because I'm like, so like we're in a communist country where we're bragging about doing what capitalist countries did in World War II. So,
and this gets into another vocabulary problem. Like a minute ago, you were talking about social democracy, where social democracy in the eyes of most leftists is sort of like, the compromise of social insurance as a way of staving off a socialist transformation to public ownership of the means of production.
Right.
But actually, that's a useful bit of vocabulary, because we can decouple the question of socialism, that is to say, democratic control of the means of production, from social insurance, where you can have, crappy social insurance and full-on socialism with public control of the means of production. You can see that in Soviet eras, you can see that in China, et cetera, where it is possible to have a capitalist order with better social insurance than a socialist order with than a conceivable socialist order that has bad social insurance.
Yeah, it is.
Right, and social insurance is part of what you want for any form of meaningful liberation.
Right, but you don't. I mean, one of the things is what the social insurance is intended to do, and who wields it, and so that question is when Xi says, for example, that he doesn't want to institute a large direct subsidy to Chinese workers because it might make them dependent. I don't think he's actually totally out of line with the Marxist tradition, which is neither good nor bad. It's actually something
No, I mean, the Marxist tradition wants all workers to be stakeholders in the general political economy and in the polity.
Right. And they do not want them to be dependent on anyone else. However, one of the problems that I have with post-Marxist Leninist conceptions of dictatorship of the proletariat is they tend to view it as dictatorship for the proletariat as opposed to dictatorship of the proletariat, which is a different thing.
Yeah.
The suspension of the political rights of the bourgeoisie, from my mind, is a very temporary thing. And the reason why it's temporary is we don't want the bourgeoisie as a class, and that's very important, to exist. That does not mean that we want to kill all the persons who had any...
Who are the bourgeoisie now.
Who had any... Because
we just want them to not be the bourgeoisie anymore.
And if they try to take the power back, then yes, we might have to suppress them by violent means. But like, in general, that is not the goal. In fact, the argument was, Engels makes this argument, he was wrong, and I don't normally call Engels wrong, but he was wrong, that this would be relatively easy to do and not that bloody because the bourgeoisie at the time was a relatively small class. And as soon as the proletariat, now it is ambiguous whether they meant all workers or just industrial workers. That's a whole different question. It's a big part of the Second International. It's a big social question in the Second International about who's real proletarian, who's not. It's never really solved. Still isn't to this day. You venture into socialist Twitter and watch our weird debates.
Right.
Try to mention who counts as a worker. Holy shit.
Right.
You get weird people who are like, the petit bourgeois count as workers, but Starbucks baristas don't, even though they literally make a literal physical commodity that you literally consume right there. Nonetheless, those weirdnesses aside, and weirdnesses about productivity, they also weirdly read Marx as saying being productive to capital is somehow just inherently good, so that we should valorize people just because they're productive to capital, when Marx explicitly says, like, a teacher who is productive to capital and a teacher who's not, they do the same job, just one creates profits for the capitalist because they're at a private school and one doesn't.
Right.
That is like, it's like he actually makes it's socially neutral.
Right. The work is the same and the wage relation is the same.
The wage relation is the same. It's the relation to capital productivity is totally different, but it's because one's private and one's public. So one's dependent on tax funds, according to Marx. We can get into like if MMT changes that or whatnot. Kind of beyond our discussion today, but that's part of the thing that you have to address. Or one is not dependent on tax dollars, but they're both actually dependent on the general wage fund and on capitalist profits, not more or less. One is productive to those profits, one is not. But that's all it meant. But somehow it became this huge fucking category recently after the Bernie failure to like, oh, we need a class to explain why these educated liberals ruined everything for us. And look, as a person who gets really mad at educated liberals, and particularly the snooty ones, I love shitting on them too. Some of them are a strata of people, but not all of them. As what I pointed out is like, you see these attitudes, self-defeating attitudes, like all across the board, which led to people, I think, motivatingly, and this was where you might actually agree with me, come up with new class categories to put people that we normally thought were clearly workers into some weird new class, so that their social tendencies could be ignored.
Yeah. And I mean, that's complicated. Like, because, like, you know,
you're liberal, you don't think about these class things as like fine-grainedly as Marxists do, but still.
Well, so actually, actually, I have a ridiculous long blog post about sort of like my personal taxonomy of social classes in these United States, and I think I've got 11 of them.
All right, social
but
classes.
they're answering a different question really than one is answering in Marxist class analysis, in asking, okay, well, what are the class interests that drive the political economy and the political order? But the sort of like cultural dimensions of class as part of the social machinery of American life are also not divorced from that. And part of what you're reaching for is, okay, so, you know, a lot of Anglophone leftists are wrestling with the problem of how do we think about this thing that we talk about as the professional managerial class? which exercises a form of power and which has an investment in the capitalist order, which creates frictions with the people who we would generally think of as the proletariat. Yet at the same time, the PMC are subject to the same wage relation and are in that same place of dependency, which produces weird complicities with the capitalist order. Right? How do we think about that? And part of my political dreams that I think you are wary of is ultimately, I think governance is hard and you need a professional technocratic class. And that professional technocratic class is going to tend to look in many ways like what we have now under capitalism in the professional managerial class. And that creates a tendency toward a bunch of self-dealing and a bunch of accumulation of power in the hands of that class, which is bad for all the reasons that we know that it's bad. And we need to figure out a way to build a set of relations and institutions that prevent that accumulation of power. And that is a hard problem.
So I would say that you think I would be against you in that, but I think I'm not an anarchist in the sense that a modern anarchist, and this is unique to modern anarchism, by the way. Classical anarchism does not have this element that just tries to say that we will literally flatten out difference, not just distinction, but there will be everyone's going to do everything all the time. I have a view of class equity that does admit to the need for expertise. However, you want to limit the carteling of expertise dramatically. And you want to make these functions not a class in the fact that they are not inheritable, nor is it the only thing these people do. Yeah. Which does require a trade-off. I will admit it requires a trade-off and specialization.
And I would further underline part of that is some kind of mechanisms of democratic accountability, right, in which you have technocratic governance experts accountable to the polity at large in some way that is not simply management by plebiscite, but is as radically democratic as that.
So one thing I would push back on, though, is I think technocracy is a harder problem than you seem to, in that I think once you have a technocratic class, it tends to try to inform itself into an oligarchy naturally. You don't disagree with me about that, but I
agree with you about the problem.
You probably disagree about how the answer
remedies, but that's a conversation worth having.
The other issue that I would say that's a huge problem for this is that while there have been China's collective period, which is right after the Cultural Revolution, is a period where they actually did try to do some of this stuff, where like you could trade off specialist hours for general work hours and stuff like that. Without currency exchanges, and it kind of it did. Like if you look at, we always talk about China as the miracle that lifted the people out of poverty, but if you look at what lifted people out of rural poverty, this is what did it. It's not what Deng did. What Deng did lifted urban poverty, but also created massive inequity, like even more massive than the United States, which I don't think people realize. That has only been curtailed and gone below U.S. Gini coefficients since about 2015. So that really is a project of Xi. Like, and I was trying to explain, like, I know why Xi is popular because he reduced inequality in China. He did. And how he did that was reinvesting in the countryside and relaxing some of the travel restrictions and a bunch of other things. But he also consolidated power in himself in a way that like makes Mike Davis concerned about it. So just so you know, like some of us lefties are concerned about a Bonapartist tendency emerging in China, where there kind of actually wasn't one after Deng and until Xi, which is why you see all these weird Deng Xiists, because Xi himself does not want to dismantle Deng.
Well, and this again is like the difference between policy and governance, right? They do not resemble each other in policy. They do resemble each other somewhat in modes of governance.
Right. As opposed to the Maoist period, which was both and it's hard to describe this, but I'll die on this hill, was both more radically authoritarian and more radically democratic simultaneously in a way that probably makes it hard for everyone to deal with.
That is, I think, a good provocation. Yes.
Because I do think there was real democratizing at the local levels in a very radical way in the 60s and 70s in China. I also
Totally in
think,
comparison to the world before.
right, or even in comparison to like the 50s in the early CPC and the PRC.
Well, and I think that's a demonstration of the ways in which you can have, you know, a democratizing movement, which is not necessarily liberalizing in the sense of preventing authoritarian exercise of power, or well, and is not liberalizing in the sense of protective of universal rights. Right? You have this era in which, like, there is enormous capricious exercise of power, enormous violation of what we conceive as fundamental rights, and at the same time, yes, in a weird way, democratizing. And that's actually, I don't want to say it's the same thing, but it is parallel to the ways in which the fascist fantasy is pseudo-democratic, right? The fascist fantasy is, well, you know, all the true people of the nation are in this together, and our political divisions will dissolve in our you know, in our solidarity as a people. So there's a sense in which it's pseudo-democratic in its vision, but radically illiberal and radically authoritarian all at the same time.
I mean, I would totally agree with that. I am also, however, a proponent of the democracy before liberalism thesis, which I do think is real. And it is not always radically authoritarian.
Absolutely. And I think that's, I mean, I think that's why you need the formulation of liberal democracy, because that cocktail is a very particular thing. And you can have many modes of democracy which are not liberal democracy. And you know, my enthusiasm for Lib Dem principle is that cocktail protects you from the worst dangers of pseudo democracy and even ugly democracy by virtue of having the liberal components, except for property, to act as a counterweight against those problems.
I mean, the problem that you have, though, is like what Dominique Lucero is not wrong here, is when pushed, I'm not going to say all liberals, but most liberals with power will normally end up defending property.
Yes.
And yes. That's not, I'm not saying you don't acknowledge this. I wanted to get on your class categories. I actually digged it up. This is very old. You wrote this in 2007. And it's funny because I have actually gone through, because some of these class things, I was going to do my various theories of social class episode, and I went through them like chronologically, and then I realized it was a bigger fucking project than I was even like ever going to be able to finish.
It's an immense question. Yeah.
Because I hit, like, you know, a lot of stuff, the various center classes. But this brings us to one thing that I think you might be sympathetic towards with me, and why most Marxists will call me a revisionist. But while I'm not a believer that the PMC is a coherent class, because it has no coherent definition, and its original definition is just related to educational level, and the cartelling around that, and it ignores the fact that so many jobs that didn't used to require a degree, that were still white collar, now require a degree as an arbitrary entrance, and thus the meaning of a degree has fundamentally changed from when Aaron Reich wrote that initial essay with John Ehrenreich, when Barbara Ehrenreich wrote that initial essay with John Ehrenreich, to now, which she recognized, but the people who picked up that category increasingly vulgarized over time, and also in which it pretends that, like, somehow there's this massive industrial proletariat in the United States, which is just
which
not
of course
true.
There is not.
They make up 15. If you include management, which no fucking what these guys would do, they make up less than 15% of the population.
Yeah.
If you look, however, under dependence on the wage labor as the primary form, so this would take out a lot of the high-end managers, right? Because they actually survive off of dividends in a big way. But there was when dividends became less profitable in the 1970s, we saw a movement towards higher compensation packages. So the wealthy in the United States really were paid out of capital investments directly up until 1970. After the crisis of 1970, despite all the financialization, what we actually see is bigger and bigger salary packages for these people. Partly because the dividends became, and yes, there's more people getting paid in stock dividends, that gets expanded, but also because stock dividends become more and more volatile after the 1970s and the first major profitability crisis of modern post-industrial capitalism. It's interesting now, though, that you'll agree with me about that as a liberal, but many Marxists who have decided that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall isn't real. And I admit that it's more complicated than it is written about in Marx. It really is. But I actually do still think, for asterisk, real physical commodities on asterisk, there is a
which
tendency
does cover a lot of things.
Right.
Well, and this is one of the ways in which, like, you read Marx, and it is uncanny how well he understands those dynamics at that very early time that
right.
of course proved to be very resilient dynamics in how
there's things that he doesn't see. One of the things he doesn't see that's important is he accepts Adam Smith's account of the emergence of money. He and modern or hyper orthodox Marxists will still repeat this as if it is true and not just a hypothetical proposed by Smith off of scant evidence, that it emerges from barter between individuals, which it absolutely does not.
Which is a just so story that just turns out to be false.
It's just false. And then
money is much weirder than that. I mean,
contra the MMTers, I also don't think all money is government money. I mean, some MMTers will admit this, but like I'm like, currency is at times not the primary form of money because no government is powerful enough to impose it outside of its borders. Right now, that's not true. And so
right, we're in a weird special condition which has lasted a long time, but it is a special condition.
Yeah, and it's a special condition. Keynes, weirdly, Keynes is probably one of your heroes, one of my enemies. But Keynes does have an oddly brilliant idea to deal with this, which was a national bank currency, an international bank currency, which was not tied to any one state.
Right.
But no country wants to give up that policy sovereignty if they're not forced to. So it's kind of it's where MMT,
well, and we have come through this long period in which we asked the dollar to do both things at once.
Right, which also meant that the Federal Reserve, which is removed from democratic oversight explicitly, became a kind of quasi-government for the entire fucking planet.
Right.
Like, not just the United States. But and then you have the European solution to this, which people always think was just ideology. I'm like, no, their elites couldn't agree because they limited their currency sovereignty, so no nation in that coalition could get an advantage on any other, except they allowed it for Britain. And then when Britain gave it up, we saw what happened. Britain became Argentina because all they really had was investments off of leveraging that difference.
Yeah.
Like, which was also my critique of Corbyn,
I'll asterisk that as I think it's more complicated than that, but for purposes,
it is more complicated than that. But for like making my point, it's
to your point. Yes, it's a useful approximation of what happened. Yes.
Well, the other thing is that I pointed out that the period that of labor that Corbyn really wanted to try to return to in a new way, before people come at me, I know he was trying to do it in a new way, was at the end of the empire when Britain still had a lot of that imperial stock left, and that was helping them in their production cycle. That doesn't exist now.
Right. So what do you do with that window of opportunity as that is slipping away? And it turns out, of course, as is usually the way, like, no one was prepared to think strategically about that.
Right. No, they were not. And that accelerates racist tensions in Britain, although they're different racist tensions from our racist tensions. I always like to point out that, like, it doesn't always look the same as in America.
No, the whole structure of it is different, and it's very easy to get confused.
Right. Like, we don't use the word Asian as a slur. Like,
Which is not to say that we don't have racism
against Asians. No,
against
we totally
Asians,
do, but
it's just structured in a very, very different
way. Who we even refer to as Asians is different.
Yeah.
Like, when we say Asian in America,
it's almost as if these racial categories are socially constructed bullshit.
Who knew? But to get into your point about this and what makes me a revisionist in regards to Marxists, Marx assumed that all classes were going to be subsumed into two great classes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That kind of happened. But what was not envisioned, I don't think, was the stratification within those classes to the extent in which it was allowed to get. So that from the Marxist perspective, the working class is actually remarkably broad. It probably in the United States includes technically about 60% of the country. That is not the way liberals use that term. Liberals tend to use that term as just not college educated, actually. Yeah. I was going through this. But we did not see coming the stratification of knowledge within that class.
Well, and I think you detected, skimming my little post about social classes, is, I conceive the professional class as people who earn a living by knowing a complicated thing about doing some kind of mental work.
Right.
They have some kind of knowledge and skill that enables a kind of mental work which is inaccessible without a significant investment in developing that knowledge or skill. And that is a very particular kind of moat which produces a set of interests in politics.
So what I was going to say is I talk about the rational core of the PMC theory. I reject the PMC theory overall for being incoherent, because including everybody with a college degree in that, it's a much bigger category than they pretend. And sometimes they pretend it's this mass of people who are against the common man. But I'm like, well, from your definition on education, it's 50% of the population.
Yeah.
40% of people with BAs, 60% of people with some college education. Right. And if you include all white collar jobs in that have credentialing at all, even if they're not BA credentials, then you're way more than 40%. You're something like 60, 70% of the population.
Well, and I would say, like, part of what you're talking about is like, there's a lot of white collar jobs where they're not professional in the sense that I was talking about. You may have to have a college degree as a form of like cultural credential.
You don't really need it though. Like,
but you don't. But there's no knowledge that you got in college that is a gate to the work that you're doing. If you are, a salesperson, or many kinds of manager in corporate America, you need to learn how to do the things in the context of the working environment you're in. But you're not bringing a large body of complex knowledge and skills that enables you to do that. Well, that's not what you learned in college.
This is why I don't talk about the professional managerial class. If we wanted to, I kind of buy into Eric Owen Wright. I have a lot of problems with the book where he articulates this. I'm actually doing a book study group right now where I'm tearing it apart. But he does make a point that I think is broadly speaking true. There are two economic movers in the United States of the grand array of history, and that is the proletarian and the capitalist. But the structuralization of the capitalist class, which is something people are like, oh, we need to radically dispose the capitalist class and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, can you tell me who they all are?
Right.
Like, yeah, your Elon Musk and your obvious rentiers and your government dependencies and these famous people, but can you tell me who actually all owns capital? And I'm like, no, you can't, because it's structurally owned. And it's been deliberately diffused in a lot of ways. In ways that like Marx and Engels actually thought would be the groundwork for how you would seize things and start to deliver socialism, believe it or not. But
and it turns out socialism does not emerge from your 401k.
Yeah, no, sadly. But that was sort of the idea. And that's also why I'm not as like co-ops are great. I'm all for co-ops. but they
Yeah.
do not solve the problem of capitalism.
Yes. Nor do they solve the problem of democratic governance in a socialist order.
No, they do not, like, at all. But I do think where I'm sympathetic to your view of class is the stratification of the social classes within these classes, and also where Marx seems to have been wrong. The assumption that the petite bourgeoisie were just going to be immiserated away. What we have learned is, no, the big capitalists will reinvent. I mean, partly what neoliberalism did, all right, the two things that it did was financialize a ton of stuff, and in the case of doing so, created these pernicious public-private partnerships where the profits are actually directly from the government. But you're made to participate in a market where there really wasn't one, and it's inefficient to do.
Right. So and the fantasy of getting best of both worlds turns into the nightmare of getting the worst
of both worlds. Like we see this in medicine, and then privatized monopolies like Comcast, where like, no, we have just as bad rating lines as fucking socialists do. I don't know what you're on. So there's that, and that is different from laissez-faire capitalism, which a lot of leftists in the 80s and 90s did not recognize. They thought it was the same, which was funny because the libertarians, you and I both know this, knew that it wasn't the same, and they were fighting amongst themselves about it.
Right.
Like, but the other thing that it did, which I did not know until my friend Nico Villial really brought it out to me, was incentivize small business to return. So what we discovered that as almost a safety valve, big capitalist actually will create small capitalist as a buffer, which is not something we think about, because we're also seeing these groups pursue monopolies, but they want these small capitalists to be dependent on them. Like if you're Amazon, if you get rid of the small business, your monopoly brokerage actually starts to be damaged.
That's interesting.
And that's not something I've seen talked about a lot.
Yeah, I'm wary of a certain kind of, vulgar Marxist teleology in which, the masters of capital have a cunning master plan to create this buffer. Like that's not really
I don't think this was their master plan. I think it's an accident.
But instrumentally, yes, having what financial services people call the mass affluent class, the millionaires next door who have small businesses, and are in this weird position that is hard to think about from a Marxist standpoint, because on the one hand, yes, they're holders of capital and they are profiting from the value that they extract from their workers. But on the other hand, they do not have the security of the people we think of as the capitalist class to just sit back and let capital produce rents which enable them wealth and power. No, they are in a constant scramble, and they conceive of themselves as hardworking workers for good reasons.
Right.
And actually, if you go back to my class blog post, there's a reference to the Michael O. Church system for understanding class, which is really, really interesting. And he says part of why we're confused is we think of there being this sort of singular linear ladder of classes, and that is misleading. And I agree with him that that's misleading. And his formulation is, well, there's a labor ladder, there's a gentry ladder, which is analogous to what we're talking about when we talk about PMC in the broad sense. And then there's an actual aristocratic ladder. And
which I would say is a proof of a problem in Marx that was pointed out by Arnold Meyer.
Yeah.
With that,
I see where you're going with that. And at the top of the labor ladder are the small business owners,
right,
who have the sensibilities of the labor class culturally, and who understand themselves as in a place of needing to labor in order to.
They actually do work.
sustain themselves. They actually do work. They actually, for the most part, work incredibly hard.
They work. I mean, obviously,
they work so hard that they're unable to think about anything else.
Right.
And therefore, they think that their wealth is emergent from their hardworking virtue.
Right, and not their ability to hold even small claims on capital, which, look, I'm also sympathetic to why you push back on me with it created a buffer class, because that sounds like I thought that the big bourgeoisie knew what they were doing. I don't. I think it's an emergent property.
Yeah, I just wanted to name it.
But I also want to agree with you.
That way. I think that is a useful analysis to see that, yes, it creates this buffer, which is part of why it is enabled and encouraged by the real power among the truly rich.
And this is where also the petite bourgeois class, more than the larger holders of capital, are actually more hostile to the state, because their profit margins are lower and the tax burden actually hurts.
Yeah. And they're directly confronted with the challenges of the regulatory state.
Right. Whereas the large scale people can hire out for dealing with it. They have specialists who just deal with the challenges, and they can construct them to actually limit their competition.
Now, both sets of capital holders are delusional about the regulatory state, where like all they can see is the ways that it's proximately inconvenient for them.
Right.
And so they have kind of like the flying car fantasy, that like when you imagine the flying car, you imagine you're the only person who has one, rather than a world full of flying cars. Similarly, the small capital holders of small business, their fantasy of release from regulation is really one in which they're the only ones who are released from regulation, and therefore they have the advantage of being able to do their business more easily, not recognizing that actually, of course, that's a systemic change that changes the conditions, and everyone is then unregulated, and it produces conditions that are ultimately bad for them. But they can't see that far because they're so close to the proximate work that they do.
So I'm with you. And in America, I think Michael Lind, who I think is a kind of centrist reactionary, vaguely Republican guy. People get him confused with William M. Williams, the war theorist. Michael Lind's the old editor of the New Republic. He wrote this New Class War. And he points out that the battle seems to be with the working classes and he treats this, and so does Peter Turchin and a lot of people in that world. And so do some Marxists now, actually, where the working class is like this mass that you appeal to, sometimes with vulgar conservative talking points that you don't really believe, or something maybe you do believe it, I don't know. That you project these 1950s talking points onto because you pretend they're still hard hat workers, but that they're essentially a dormant political actor. They don't make that many.
Well, and the people you're speaking to like to fantasize that they are the hard hat workers of their imagination,
right? Or that they're or that. I mean, Michael Lind doesn't fantasize that, but he likes that people do. I mean, and that's one of the problems. Like, he thinks like, oh yeah, the actual working class in America is just barely above the underclass, and there's reasons to believe that now.
Yeah, I think that's fundamentally true.
Like a larger and larger portion of the American working class is lumpenized, and that puts them in one of your class categories, 3 classes, which is the low working class, the poor, or the underclass.
Yeah,
I would refer to that as lumpenized, and fully lumpen. But
I like that.
People don't like me sticking to Marxist categories. You can call it a lot of things. You call it the precariat, the true poor, and the underclass. The problem that Marxists have, though, I mean, if we're completely honest, is we have a sympathy for the poor and the underclass and oppressed peoples, but we don't actually see them as a political subject. And people miss that, including most modern Marxists. We don't think that because you are victimized, that is why you are a political subject. And that's different. And I don't think people get that. So what I'm talking about is the 3 conditions of why we thought the working class was a revolutionary political subject. There was 3 reasons. 1, society was being stratified, and people were falling into one or the other, and there's this temporary lumping class.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't temporary. That's a
different
problem. But that was the idea, that you were either going to be in the proletariat or the bourgeoisie, and it was going to be pretty clear. Structuralization of capital and the expansion of wages as a way of remuneration changes that pretty dramatically. Furthermore, the availability after the war for a brief period of semi-productive property, which is your house, which you semi-own through bank loans, also conflates that because it makes you interested in property values in a very real way, but in a way that actually you can't generally both use and valorize. By that I mean you can't live in your house and use all of it and also make money off of it.
Right. Right. It's not productive capital in
no, it's not productive
Marxist
capital.
sense. Yeah.
Which some people get confused because they're like, oh well, it's capital. I'm like, well, from the Marxist perspective, if it's capital in the capitalist perspective, and you can use it as an asset, but we don't view it as capital because it's not productive of anything most of the time. And when you make it productive of something, you're a rentier. Like, so if you're not renting your house out, for our perspective, just owning a house doesn't make you a property owner in the sense that we're concerned about property.
Right.
But so there's that. There's the working class had the ability to reproduce it. Everybody was being foisted into it. And the working class had skills, which if it banded together would be enough to reproduce society, which other classes do not have. And capitalism would have created enough surplus for this to happen. And workers are close to that, so they could seize it easier. And the socialization of work in factories in specific, and this is a big problem now. Even though it didn't require high levels of education, required enough education that could be seized on, and the workers could educate themselves and perpetuate themselves in that way as well. So that was the idea. And that the socialist movement was not organic to the working class. That was a debate between Marxists and anarchists. That we realized that we were often not workers, but we had to merge ourselves with them. The problem of the 20th century is after World War II, the lumpen haven't gone away, but who makes them is different. The nation state's relation to capital is unclear. And I haven't even talked about that, but like it is both.
That's a big subject, yeah.
It is both a product of capitalism and its internal regulator, which means it often stands against capitalists, but for capitalists. It's a complicated system, and there are other class interests that are not dominant. But when leftists try to say they're not represented at all, I'm like, no, they want to have those people kind of have a stay at the table as a release valve until it's hard. That's like the Fordist thing at the table. Like, we don't mind.
Well, and there's a cultural dimension here that is really complicated, where people get culturally invested in the nation state for all the reasons that they do.
Right. There is also the problem that the aristocracy never completely, totally went away. It goes back and forth between being capitalist and being not. Celebrity culture really baffles this because that's a form of wage rent seeking that no one saw coming at all, and no Marxist imagined that was possible.
Well, and that's part of my my system of social classes.
I know. The nouveau riche, which are a capitalist class, but they're new, versus the old nouveau riche who have more accumulated wealth, and this is often not talked about. Like, these are your classes. I'm looking at them right now. Intellectuals are a whole different problem. I don't want to even get into that. But, like...
a familiar problem.
Yeah. It's been a problem forever because they kind of move, but intellectuals tend to be quasi-declasse in that they tend to have patrons, but, like, they're not really classes of themselves. Sometimes they're patrons of state. Sometimes it's a lord. Sometimes it's whatever. Sometimes it's a capital. A lot of times now it's a capitalist, but you have a patron.
And it's worth differentiating because there is an important cultural distinction between the intellectual class and the professional class.
So one thing I think that the Marxist view, the reason why I mentioned Eric Olin Wright is he says the Marxist view in the broad mechanism of capital is true, but we have to admit that most people don't experience class that way.
Right.
And that there's also... I'm going to get into technical Marxist stuff here, but the alienation from the worker from other workers because of the competition of workers leads to maybe more internal dynamics than Marx thought was possible. He did recognize it even in his early writings that it was a problem.
Yeah. And you pointed to that in the example of the way the factory workers become bound to their colleagues by the circumstances of their labor, right? Which then engages them in, the logics of capitalist competition. They do not want their business, their industry, to be compromised because they see the way in which their livelihood is directly dependent upon it, and they see themselves in competition with other workers because of those dynamics.
Right, particularly workers from other countries, which is the big push on the whole Marxist internationalist dream. And both from outside of Marxism and from within it, post-Stalin, there's this tendency towards social patriotism. You see it from Dominica Loserto to the MAGA communists, and those aren't the same thing. Those aren't the same people, but they're making a similar argument.
Driven by similar dynamics.
Yeah. It's a post-Stalin dialogue that the international sphere is too compromised by imperialism. Although I don't know why that would lead to being soft on fascists, but whatever. By imperialism, and thus national development is super important. But then how do you get out of the national development? Because national development implies class collaboration, and not just between people who are like in these, what you would call classes, I would call social strata, but like still are real differences. And I mean, I might even go more than you. Like, I think there are real differences in sectors of capital and the way people are socialized to one another after the decline of the factory. And that Marxism has, by and large, been sort of based on the decline of on factory models of leadership, which is why, ironically, Marxist mode of organization still work for government workers so much, and like unions still work for government workers so much, is because they are highly centralized in organic capital forms because of the nature of states and their relationship to that. They also work in areas that used to be industrialized, but those have been turned to services, like Gabe Renant talks about, like in the Midwest, where you see where these factories are gone, but now they're replaced by hospitals because the hospitals used to serve the factories, but they don't anymore. They're now just basically the only job sources. And it's really pernicious way that's actually hard for us to fix. It is actually part of the block towards socialized medicine that no one wants to talk about. That created a lot of middle class jobs for formerly blue collar working class people. I'm gonna make that distinction here. And then the lumpinization of the blue collar by making their work really, really, really unstable. And that increasing, particularly in working class men, to like massive drug addiction and stuff like that, which people sometimes think that I'm like shaming the working class. No, I'm going to say like the middle class.
It's a consequence of, you're saying it's a consequence of conditions.
And
created
also
by the capitalist order.
Americans are also drug addled. It's just that middle class Americans have ways to deal with it that working class Americans don't. We don't tend to die from it as much.
That's about right.
It's just fundamentally kind of the morbid truth behind it. So in that sense, I'm not as hostile to you as a lot of people think, in that I do think Marxists have to look at the material reality. And one of the things that I've been kind of frustrated with is I think there's been a tendency to do the opposite, to like try to force things back into pre-1940s conditions, to talk about it as immiseration is happening, but immiseration that does not look the way that we predicted it, so it doesn't follow the political patterns that we would want it to follow, particularly in the United States.
All right, so let me offer you a provocation about that. I will sometimes say, like, the way in which I am a Marxist, like a lot of liberals, a lot of filthy liberals, say, well,
go ahead.
Is, the Marxist program fails, but the Marxist analysis of the contradictions of capitalism is immensely valuable. And then I would go a step further, and I think this is not characteristic of filthy liberals. Like, the wrong turn is Leninism. Leninism is authoritarian, and like the system of Soviets, in an attempt to deliver a democratic form of governance to go with socialist policy in early Bolshevik Russia, just turns out to be a bad idea as a structure of governance. It turns out to be naive. It just collapses into the authoritarian core of Leninism that then produces Stalinism, then produces Maoism, and you get all of these authoritarian communisms, which are bad. And so if we are to recover the analytical power of Marx, we have to reach back to before Lenin. But then we have the problem that Marx's program is also useless. And so how do we recover those analytical tools in a way that's useful? And I think that's the thing that you're grappling with in talking about, well, it turns out like Marx's model of class is worse than useless in, you know, the contemporary world for all of the reasons that it turns out things just unfold in a different way. So if we're going to reach for the Marxist analysis in our socialism for its value, how do we recover that in the face of the things that Marx could not anticipate?
Well, I mean, one thing I say, we have to like look at the real conditions of money, because money is a power relationship, and this is where I think MMTers are both right but naive, that they don't see like when MMT is just a generic description of how a fiat currency works, and I think it's for the imperial core, asterisk on that, broadly speaking, true.
No, I mean they understand the fundamental insight from Keynes that money has its own dynamic, and and it's very easy to be naive about what money is at scale, and don't do that. Be smart.
Right, but they're often very like, oh well, we can get around like class, class stuff because we don't need to tax them. So it's not. I'm like, no, it's also about power. Like, no, you can say you don't need to tax the wealthy to get a full employment, and they're still not going to want full employment because full employment's a bigger threat to them than taxes are.
Yeah,
like because that means that there's no labor market to speak of, and you can't.
Well, and there are a host of political and instrumental reasons why you want to tax the wealthy.
Right. And they'll admit that. Like, oh, wait, okay, we need to tax the wealthy some to limit their power, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm like, well, it's more than that. But the fundamental thing about Marx is this idea that everything comes from commodity money because it was a dominant form of money that when he was around. And it was, I mean, that's the thing is it really was. Gold was the de rigueur because there were not really strong nation states outside of like Asia. That, and the British Empire, where it was dominant, traded in script, and where in fiat forms of money, even in the American colonies. And when it wasn't, or the government couldn't establish a money, which it couldn't in the U.S. or Canada until almost the 20th century, by the way. Mm-hmm. I mean, took after our Civil War, and I think it was literally almost the 20th century Canada, to establish one centralized formal currency. That happens there's a reason why you guys
really late.
Yeah, there's a reason you don't write pennies before like the 19th century, after the Civil War, because they didn't exist.
And like all kinds of cranks are delusional about how this happened, right? Like the gold bugs and so forth. Like are just delusional about how money as we now have it emerges from money as we once had it. And again, asterisk imperial core. In the things that resemble Westphalian nation states, we're in a Keynesian world where money is defined by government.
Money is defined by government, and if you are a government that's rich enough to compel trade with you, and you have enough internal productive resources, those are two very big caveats.
Right.
You can set terms, and if you're not, you kind of have to unofficially peg to a currency that does. Yeah. So that's where I think MMTers go wrong. The other place I think they go wrong is what I've talked about. Is they just don't realize that class antagonisms is not just about bad monetary ideology. It's like way deeper.
There are a lot of moving parts.
But every now and then you'll meet weirdo Marxist gold bugs because they just they don't want to deal with this. And
gold bugs are all people who are like, I don't understand money, and therefore I want to change money into a form that I think I understand.
Yeah, gold, which it has real value. Oh yeah, why? I mean, like I can explain to you why metal, like soft metals like gold and silver and electrum, were used for currency in the ancient world when exchanging between cities, because you can melt them down and reuse them.
You can melt them, you can break them up.
Right.
They don't corrode. Like, they have all of these advantages. And that, you know, the crypto lunatics are speed running through the history of gold-backed money and discovering
Why it's a
why that
problem.
doesn't solve your problems.
It's like, oh, it's hyper deflationary. I'm like, yeah, it is.
And it turns out that's bad for reasons that we've known for a century. Like,
right. It's good for bullshit speculation, but it's terrible as a fucking currency. And so like, so, you know, in this sense, so what does that mean? You know, when we talk about our tensions, what does that mean for us today? Well, one of the things for me is that the Marxist project, in so much that it failed after Bernie, has retreated into inverting anti-communism for reasons that I don't think are not necessarily totally unhinged. Like, they were lied to about a lot of what was going on.
yeah, it's historically contingent, informed by circumstances. Yeah.
And then you have people who just don't know enough, and Putin's also shut the archive, so it's hard to even prove it to them.
Right.
And so you look for another historic thing, and instead of being like, well, let's try something that hasn't been tried, they're like, oh, let's do something that worked in the past, ignoring, of course, that Mao's project was fundamentally changed by Deng in a way that neoliberals like, and that's ignored by leftists who are Dengists.
And that's complicated, yes.
Yeah, and it is complicated, but it is not. It is. I'm gonna say, I don't know, man. There was no reason for Deng to end, for example, rural schooling for girls, which he did.
Yeah.
You know, like, the extent of that market liberalization, I think people, like, it was further than the West. They were liberalizing things we don't.
Yeah.
Like, China just now has the beginnings of like a health welfare state, which they kind of had for the very poorest, kind of, before Xi.
Well, and this is one of the ways in which it's very hard for us to think about China, because apropos of social insurance, their social insurance order is so different from ours in so many ways. Mm-hmm. Like, the vulgar comparison, is it more social insurance or less, is useless. It's just radically so different that it's apples and oranges.
And so, like, when I'm like, in some ways they don't have the welfare state that like Sweden has, and so we overextend what Sweden has a lot of times. In other ways, they do have social stuff that we don't deal with. Some of it will actually probably become more problematized as the people who remember the collective period are dead, which will be soon. But there were things like moving intellectuals to the countryside, which people thought was just punishment, and intellectuals perceived it that way. But I'm like, yeah, but you're teaching people skills that were formerly concentrated in cities by organic capital, which is a problem we have here. Like, I mean, it's really hard to talk to liberals who want an electoral strategy and be like, you have to take federalism seriously instead of just wishing it go away, because to get it to go away, you'd have to take it seriously. Like, well,
and I mean, apropos of like our little throwaway comment about how we both want, you know, a constitutional convention, is like those fundamental problems of federalism, right? Like, it's just, American federalism is so strange that it makes policy setting really hard, and there are many alternative paths that would be a significant improvement.
Right. It's not just, I mean, I think people even underestimate that it's actually a money drag, that like we have so many different levels of government, we have to pay for shit multiple times, and like it hides how many taxes we pay. In some ways, we're not actually as untaxed as the Europeans. I mean, not in all ways. There are ways where they pay higher taxes. They also get better benefits for it, frankly. But like, we're taxed higher than we realize because of the 85 different ways we tax and the various different regimes for that. And then we have to remind ourselves, even for federal elections, which made sense when the states thought of themselves as sovereign entities, which they aren't after the Civil War, and kind of never were.
And if I can be a crank for a moment, I think one of the unacknowledged ways in which we are taxed in these United States is enormous personal administrative overhead.
Oh, yeah.
which has been deferred onto individuals in a way that is actually difficult to explain to people in other countries because it's so bizarre. And we have an enormous cultural blind spot about it. And it is part of the sort of like pseudo anti-government impulse harnessed largely by conservatism, which the left does a very bad job of talking about, when in fact it is natural territory, either for the left properly understood or the left broadly understood to also include the filthy liberals of the Democratic Party, right? Like we should be addressing that, and we don't really have the vocabulary for it.
And this runs straight up into another liberal tendency that you might defend and I hate, which is our tendency towards bureaucratic means testing and the increasing bureaucratic costs of administrating.
No, in this, you and I are allies.
Okay, good. Because I hate it.
No, I mean, and this is like a way in which I think, again, liberalism properly understood comes to the rescue against liberalism, as in the Democratic Party, is like liberalism likes universalism, and that should extend to policy wherever possible, right? You want to do universalist policies, if only to eliminate the administrative overhead of all of the means testing horseshit.
Right, which also, I mean, one of the things about the administrative overhead, since we foisted on individuals, it also means that weirdly, even when we're trying to prove who is good and deserving, you're going to need people to help them navigate the system to do so, which means creating more and more bureaucracy. I mean, one of the ironies right now is, again, communist China, quotation marks, and capitalist America, quotation marks, although less,
right.
So quotation marks.
Right,
the administrative overhead of doing development in China is lower for a business than it is in the United States, which is insane. Even I think that's nuts. There's good reason why
this is even a place where I will concede a point to my bitter conservative enemies who point to San Francisco as the nightmare condition of progressive governance, and 95% of their complaints are horseshit. But they are right that the administrative overhead of just doing anything in San Francisco is preposterous, and it is a drag on the ability of society to function.
Well, this is why when I tell liberals to look at what liberal stuff works, I say look at New York and not California. And people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, New York still has remnants of its Fordist infrastructure that does do away with some of this personalized administrative overhead. California never had that. It never had an industrial base, really. It had an extractive base. It has a completely different history, but it shows up in there.
Say what you will about Michael Bloomberg. I love, right? He becomes governor of not governor, mayor of New York City. And he says, why the fuck is there not a hotline you can call to tell the city something? Right. And he actually solved that problem. He's like, well, in tech, we have a ticket system. So if you ask to have a pothole fixed, you can call later and ask if there's a plan. And you just call one number and there's one list of projects that you can talk to someone. And that elimination of administrative overhead, or really the deferral of administrative overhead into the hands of professionals so that individuals don't have to juggle it, right? That is the kind of thing that both liberals in the profound sense and liberals in the filthy Democratic Party sense should be getting behind. And near as I can tell, the only person who cares is, my girl Elizabeth Warren, of all people.
One of the things I was gonna point out to you though, when I think about this Fordist framework, is it is weak in some ways. But it is also, if you look at the way California handles homelessness, some of that's weather, but a lot of it's not weather. They throw, and it's not that they don't throw money at it; they throw massive amounts of money at it. But they throw it at NGOs to do it in a non-governmental way. California, I mean, does it indirectly in the neoliberal but also quasi-socialized way that we'd expect from a post-80s kind of policy.
Well, and the core problem in California is housing policy.
Right, exactly. But that's
and
a core
also
problem.
All of the other policy is shitty in the way that you're talking about. But let's not forget that the core problem in California is housing policy.
But you have the same problem in New York, and they handle it dramatically better.
Yes.
Because they are willing to say, well, we'll just literally pay the rent for people and do it directly like we used to in the 50s and 60s. However, here's where it becomes a problem and a vulnerability, since it is at the local level on a federal scale. If you're a stunt governor from California, and not California, Texas. California is one of the. There's a reason why California isn't targeted by this in the same way, and I've tried to get people to talk about, like, California has sanctuary cities and blah blah blah. But the right does not ship immigrants to them. All right.
Right.
One is they really can't make the argument that California doesn't eat the cost, because they do. Unlike New York, they ship it to northern cities. The other thing, though, that people haven't noticed is that there, in this Fordist framework of the city of New York, particularly Black people have often benefited from this. If you throw a bunch of immigrants at it and they're technically homeless when they get there, they're entitled to these things that they use to treat homelessness in the city. And this can be sold, and even by certain Democrats like Eric Adams, is sold as an assault and a need to undo these Fordist programs because they're unfair. And then it is perceived by the Black community as a way to get rid of programs that benefit them, which turns them on immigrants, which has been part of why we have seen some, not a lot, it's overstated, but some movement amongst Black men in particular, even in northern cities, towards the GOP in response to this immigration crisis, because this Fordist infrastructure, since it is not at a national level, is vulnerable. And I'm going to say something that is going to shock people. The conservatives are pernicious as fuck here, but they do have a point on one area. The federal government sets immigration policy, but they do not pay for it. And that's one of the pernicious things about American government in particular. When you talk about a federalism, we have set up our government constitutionally and through some reforms around the administrative state to be a killing machine and an insurance program.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, the old joke, like, the United States doesn't have a government. It has a pension program and an army.
Right.
And everything else is rubble, right? Like, those are the big ticket items. Everything else is just like marginal.
Right. I mean, when we talk about, like, the schools need federal spending, but it's like, what, like maybe like 10% of their budget at most. The thing that people don't realize, like, oh, we don't have to tax for this. I'm like, yeah, but we've made sure that most essential services are at the state level. The states don't have currency sovereignty, so you do have to tax for it, which means it has a completely different dynamic than the military, the social insurance and stuff that you really kind of don't.
And this is the paradox of American conservatism, is the way they leverage this problem of federalism is they defer administration of a bunch of these policies to the states where they have opportunities to break them.
Right. And then that leads to where it leads to direct confrontations, like attempts to just redesign the student loan program to be more fair. It ends up being legitimate grounds for lawsuit because of this, because of the state administrative levels and the neoliberal stuff that we've allowed to develop. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that there are fucking for-profit surfacers for direct federal loans. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I mean, that's a perfect example of, like, the neoliberal nightmare of the public-private partnership, which delivers the worst of both worlds.
And in Biden's case, it's actually led to total instability there. That's even turning people against that, because, like, right now, if you're in the SAVE program, you don't even know what your payment is.
Yeah.
And you can't leave because it's frozen because of courts, and you can't change it, and you don't know what's going on. And yes, they've deferred it for you now, but you don't know what's coming down the pipe at all, meaning you cannot even predict what your payment would be. And I hear conservatives valorize this in some weird way, and then, like, for like, they defend the PPP loans as being productive, and I'm like, there's no evidence that most of them were at all. They're not getting paid back. And even, now I'm going to say,
and the filthy liberals of the Democratic Party then, like, have political ownership in the eyes of the public of the policy, when in fact they've abdicated control of the implementation of the policy, such that, they allow the opening for sabotage of the policy, which they damn well should have predicted. And so all of the dysfunction which emerges at the execution level is blamed on political leadership at the policy level.
And we see this not just there. I mean, we think about the ACA, which has in some ways been great, in other ways been terrible.
Better than before.
I mostly agree, but
categorically better than the organic trajectory that we would have had without it.
Yeah, I agree. I will agree with you.
But catastrophic in countless ways,
right?
And painting us into a corner in which it is difficult to improve the policy, either mechanically or politically.
Which is, I hate to say it, but I predicted. Like,
I think everyone paying attention predicted.
And funnily enough, to give Barack Obama a little bit of credit, he knew this, but hubristically thought the poison pill would be able to be fixed by later Democratic administration.
Yes,
that's the hubris part.
I'm not as much as Johnson imagined. Medicare would just eventually get extended to cover everybody,
right? And would not get into this weird pay service. And
yeah,
I will say it was ironic that people used to talk for Medicare for all, turning their blind eye to the Biden administration reducing Medicare payments at the exact time we needed the opposite, because it actually has encouraged people to leave the medical field, to now that we have like really terrible wait times. And I know this because I'm dealing with it personally. Like, I have insurance and I still can't see a doctor. So
it's incredible systemic breakdown. Well, and I mean, like, if you want to get serious about policy about medicine in the United States, like, you get into this really twisty territory. Well, like, you got to break the back of the AMA.
You do.
And how the hell do you do that?
A gun. No. See, this is where.
Well, and you resort to the gun because it is politically challenging. Right. I mean, that's the temptation of that fantasy. Is it? Well, it's so politically challenging that I will just resort to magical force. Which
the thing is
not an answer.
Magical. It is an answer,
and it's an expression of the legitimate frustration.
My friend, we subjugate classes of people all the time in society. It is an answer. It's not an answer that you like. It would be a disastrous answer. Like, look, I do think killing all the doctors would be a terrible idea. But
you cannot improve medical care by killing all the doctors. No, I mean, if I was king of American medical care, right, I would train 50 times as many doctors.
Oh yeah, I would.
And then I would have 80% of them wash out.
I would do what they do in Canada for teachers, even though I don't love it. Or I would do what they do in Mexico. Like, you can enter medical school much earlier, like the equivalent of after you're done with your associates. It's mostly paid for by the state, and you have to work at. Admittedly, Mexico's socialized medicine clinics are shitty. I've been to them. I can actually vouch they are shitty. We don't talk about Mexico as an example of successful socialized medicine for a reason. But they do actually, like, okay, you do this work for us, and we're going to pay for your stuff, and you can still do your private practice. I'm not sure that I would want them to do their private practice, but I'm actually not opposed in a transitional program to socialism. Like, would be like, we pay those people slightly better than we pay other people until we achieve socialist parity, and it's irrelevant because we need them. And I think we need a fuck lot more nurses too, like tons. We need to empower them more. We need
and we need to radically transform the way medical education is done, because of all of the ways in which medical education in the United States is deeply screwy. And we need to, and like, part of the dream of having 10 times as many doctors is, like, we have an entire medical system which, treats doctors as the bottleneck precious resource. And that's absurd. Let's not do that.
Right.
And to our larger point, this is the kind of policy challenge which our existing political order is ill-equipped to address.
And I would actually say even the socialists don't really talk about it that way. They talk about Medicare for all. There's two parts that are about what do you do with the massive medical apparatus that exists in insurance and in billing and coding? I heard one person talk about it from the Bernie campaign. One.
Yeah.
And they had an idea, but even I was like, that idea is absurd. We're just going to turn them into a medical concierge service to reduce the administrative overhead. And I was like, fine, but you don't need that many of them. Right. You don't need as many of them even doing that as you have right now.
Like, no, you got to transition those people into other industries somehow.
Right. And one of the things that we are in right now is we're in a weird, and I don't think liberals are honest about this. Some of them are also, the blue MAGA people. You're not one of them, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who think that we can just have progressive reshoring on green stuff. One of the things that comes out of the work of people like Phil and Neil on my side of the equation is you underestimate the efficiency of automation.
Yeah.
Both in national development, in which case not every nation even needs to produce this stuff anymore because it wouldn't be viable in the market. It would flood the market with cheap materials if every nation did this. But two, also, we can't go back to 1950s level production standards. We'd have to deliberately make our economy inefficient. And why the hell would you do that? Particularly when you're talking about a time period where we're using too many resources anyway.
Yes.
So what's your answer to that? And smokestack socialism will not work.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't see answered. So I'm like, okay, we go into socialized medicine in the United States. You have to deal with this middle strata apparatus that, frankly, helped a lot of people of color and stuff get, particularly women, get jobs for their family. Yeah. Those are the people who are the billers, coders, servicers, imagists,
Yeah.
all. If we streamline,
there's a huge service industry in the administrative layer, and
it's incredibly costly too.
It's incredibly costly. That is most of the incremental difference in the real costs of American medicine versus medicine elsewhere, and it's colossal waste. And from a sort of grand socialist perspective, well, it is wasteful to deploy that much human effort and talent into a pointless administrative process. Absolutely. Those people should be doing something fucking useful. But doing that kind of transformation in the economy is just very difficult to do.
Right, and you and I know that, but that's when I'm when people talk about Medicare for all, which I support. But I'm you have to have a better vision of that than we're just going to turn on the Medicare button tomorrow.
That's step one.
Yeah.
That's the easy part, actually.
Yeah, we really do have to deal with all these layers. We need, and also right now, when the stuff we're talking about doctors and nurses, Medicare for all does not fix that by itself.
Does nothing.
So it's okay, so free college, and I'm okay. I'm not against free college, but let me tell you, I'm going to sound like a neoliberal here. I'm not going to lie. Let me tell you about what I've seen in countries that implement free college, but without massive funding forces. What that ends up doing is elites go to the free college because it's so competitive to get into. And then you see this in Korea, you see this in some Latin American countries where if you get into the best schools, they're free. But only the rich get into them. Even in Germany, which has a much better system than the kind of flawed ones I'm talking about, that still predominantly happens, right?
And this connects to the way in which, there's a particular way in the United States that because we have a cultural blind spot about social class, if you ask people questions about social class, they immediately start talking about education, because we use education as the mechanism by which we mediate our real processes of social class.
Yeah.
And if you have any socialist sensibility at all, well, okay, you want to disrupt those class relations, which means that you need to disrupt the way that education mediates social class. And the bonehead liberal fantasy of free college is, well, if we give more people college educations, that will result in more professional class jobs because of this weird delusion that we have from the moment, the long era immediately after the Second World War, in which that appeared to be true. We
Right.
had the development of, this large white collar class, and we simultaneously had this program of sending more people to college for a host of weird, historically contingent reasons. And because of the history in which social class was mediated by education, we just sort of created this alignment in which all of the people who went to the new public colleges became the people who did these new white collar jobs. And so we developed this superstition that if you send more people to college, it produces more white collar jobs that produce, not in the Marxist sense, but in the vulgar sense, bourgeois, middle class, economic life conditions. Right. So we had this superstition, right? That's part of the impetus behind free college, which I also support for all of the reasons that it's good. But you have to break that relation between social class, economic mobility, and education in the course of doing that, because it's a thing you have to break on the merits anyway. And if you don't, then you get a death spiral of consequences from free college education that produces a bunch of bad outcomes.
Well, the other thing is we're not really dealing with the fact that federalized education in the United States is by and large kind of shitty and getting shittier faster and faster.
Yeah.
And that most of the liberal fixes, and I'm going to sound like Freddie DeBoer here, are,
God help us all.
God help us all. Freddie's a friend of mine, but we disagree profoundly on a lot of stuff, but this is not one we do. I do admit that tests are racially biased because they're in a particular language. Yeah, totally true. Two, the testing regime has largely hollowed out education.
Yes.
Also true. However, our responses to removing tests are actually worse than what they're replacing. And that is holistic things that we often judge for colleges based off of moral inclinations, what we call politics, like diversity statements, which actually do and have been proven to require a significant amount of wealth to be even to engage in rightly to do. They become a code for class. And since they've been instantiated, now I do not think this is causal before people misread me, but since they've been instantiated, economic diversity, which was never particularly high at colleges, has dropped dramatically even from what it was. The other thing that's done it, and I'm going to sound like a conservative here, is the pushback on Asian admittances, because Asians were often from working class backgrounds who came up into schools. So whereas Black scholars correspondingly tend to be richer than even their white counterparts when they go to elite universities, etc. So we're not dealing with it from that end. And affirmative action diversified the elites, but it didn't diversify it in terms of poor Black people.
Yeah.
It enabled the Black bourgeoisie, and which was mostly petite bourgeoisie, to integrate itself.
Yeah.
Which I'm not even saying was bad, honestly. Like,
no, as good as far as it goes. It just does not address the entirety of the problem that you want it to.
Right, and it's a particular flashpoint, and we've seen American education is objectively shittier now than it was 15 years ago at all levels.
I want to push back on the implication of a causal relationship between the patterns you've observed and that other pattern. Like, they are certainly entangled, but it is not simply the same thing.
No, but I do think there's a causal relationship, but it's not what you think. The causal relationship is that we realize that the cost of not having good grades and what in this meritocratic system means that we should grade inflate and do all these other things to reduce it. I want people to know I'm against number grading. I don't want a number grade at all. I'd rather just give an accounting of your skills at the end of the course. All right. So people don't come at me that, but it has led to this thing where we have the number grading system, but it's now no longer valid. So you know what the people use to sort is your fucking zip code.
Yeah.
And colleges can deny they do it, but if you look at the acceptance, even if they don't mean to do it, they're doing it. So when you so there's all these like liberal.
And I would say this another way, like the dysfunctions we see in higher education. You didn't say this, but you were talking about it indirectly, rest on problems in primary and secondary education, which we don't know how to address. And B, they reflect a devolution of the mission of higher education into being nothing other than this mechanism by which social class is mediated, which produces a whole bunch of dysfunctions. We don't know what higher education is for. We're not prepared to even talk about it. And so, we try to push the lever of correcting inequities mediated through class by just pushing on colleges to solve it for us. And that does not do what we want.
No, I mean, it's not. And I could go into the teachers unions, which I think are more or less good guys, but have real problems, particularly in areas like where you used to live and in New York. I could go into a lot of these things.
School teachers want good things, but they are put in a position in which their unions as actors cannot actually pursue those good things. And so it creates all of these weird side effects.
Right. Which means that you're even in states where they can collectively bargain, unions end up being largely lobbying things, which makes them seen as an objective appendage of the Democratic Party in most areas. Some places like Utah, they're objective appendage of the moderate end of the Republican Party, but whatever. That's just a fact. They actually tell us to register as Republicans.
That's really weird.
So, because we have no effect on the Democratic Party matters for Salt Lake City. But even if we had a non-gerrymandered state, it would still be 60% GOP. Weirdly, though, in Utah, that leads to a de-radicalized GOP, kind of. Like there's a radical GOP that sometimes gets stuff, and there's a non-radical GOP that sometimes plays ball with the radical. It's a very different dynamic than what you see in the Western states. GOP is actually very different than the Southern states GOP, where the GOP doesn't have a moderate buffer.
Yeah, I could see that. That's weird.
And so like DeSantis, which is in a objectively purpler state than Utah, is way more firebrand than anything you're going to see out of here. And I bring that up because I do think socialists need to deal with that. And the other thing that I think that you and I might agree with is neither socialists nor liberals have a realistic rural policy at all. And that's a huge fucking problem. Particularly in the US, where if you like it or not, even though these are low population states, you have to deal with federalism to fix federalism. So like, I don't necessarily see why like all these areas I know a lot of them are more petit bourgeois. That's one problem. And we talked about that earlier, and we would actually agree on that problem. That's a lot of Trump's base, by the way. I mean,
to a first approximation.
But the farmer, look, I know that like the small family farm has gone the way of the dodo, except for like niche production for like farmers market and high end weird goods.
It lives in our cultural imagination,
right? Well, I mean, the yeoman farmer was always a bullshit American category that we're really attached to. I mean, it was dying by the time we became attached to it, even here. It was kind of staved off by the absorption of other people's lands, but nonetheless, there's a limit to it.
Well, you got troublemakers. You just send them out and try and get them to try and farm the desert.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Go fight some indigenous and farm the desert. Have good luck. That imperial experience is kind of over now. But it's interesting. I've thought about some things in which you and I are both radicals, but we both get frustrated with other radicals for this. Like, I get really frustrated with the way we talk about like land back. I'm not against all forms of land back. I want to be very clear on that. But I also realize that people use that term because it appeals to a broad variety of indigenous perspectives, some of which are like outright nationalistic, and others are just like, well, if no one owns land and we have our rights back, we're not going to kick you out. Like there's a huge spectrum there. Right.
Yeah.
And there would be also in response to what is fucking historical.
Well, and again, like it's a poetic lever for talking about the know you hate the word justice, but
I
like
do.
the profound need for justice for the people we are talking about when we talk about indigenous people, and the language of land back is a lever long enough to address the scale of injustice we are talking about correcting. But it steers directly into like the these Blut and Boden myths that you do not want to touch. Like the term indigenous derives directly into like Blut and Boden mythology, and I am prepared to set that aside in service of whatever indigenous people need to do in order to get some frickin' justice in this nightmare world that we have built. Like I am not going to give indigenous people a hard time about their choice of vocabulary to gain some political traction in a world which is monumentally hostile to them. But between you and me and anyone who's listening to this, I think we also have to recognize that the language of indigeneity contains a worm at the center, which you do not want to bite into.
It's a blood and soil myth. I mean, like, indigenous people by and large don't view it as that, ironically, but it so easily becomes that it's not even funny.
No,
and that's
indigenous people
origins
settled on the language of indigeneity because it works.
Right.
And for fuck's sake, I do not want to begrudge them anything that works.
Right.
And at the same time, I do recognize the language of indigeneity like leads us directly into myths that are very, very bad.
Well, I mean, it leads to this image which we saw in some liberal imaginations, and it was specifically liberal, Jonathan, even though it's picking up on one of the weird things that maybe both you and I get mad about is like people borrowing from traditions without realizing the implication of mixing the traditions. But who were like, oh, well, if the Sioux rose up and killed us all, I would have to I'd hide, but I wouldn't fight them. And I'm like, they would never do that because that would be fucking suicidal. Because why you might not do that? There's no way that like, I don't know, even excluding the 18 to 19% of the black population from this, that you'd let 2% of the population kill off 60.
Right.
Or remove them to who the fuck knows where. Like, and that is and I remember someone's like, well, when we mean land back, we mean everyone going back to their, I heard an anarchist say this in straight face on a fucking radio program, Jonathan, that we all go back to our indigenous homeland. I'm like, where the fuck is mine?
Yeah, where the fuck is mine?
Like half, like, do I send my arm to Scotland, the other part to Bulgaria, another part to fucking North Africa? Like, what the fuck you talking
about? And when exactly was the date when everyone was where they belonged?
It seems to be 1492. That everything is frozen at 1492. Which, has some very unfortunate things for some groups of people. But, I'm just saying, like it is. And I'm going to say this, like, I'm going to get people calling me a liberal for this on the left, but I'm like, Marxists didn't have a good answer for this. Marx has some weird notions of race. He was not a biological racist in the genetics way. He does seem to have been kind of a geographical racist.
I don't know Marx nearly as well as you do, but there's definitely that note of like, there are peoples who have conditions particular to the places they occupy as part of just materialism, right?
Right.
And so
it makes it
hard for classical Marxism to grapple with racism like we have it in these United States.
No, it's hard for it to do, and it's always been hard for it to do. Like, and I'll admit, actually, the first really attempt to do it was during the Stalin period. That's like one of the weird caveats about Soviet foreign policy during the Stalin period is it was good on American racism. It was kind of inconsistent on Russian racism, though. And
a little bit.
Stalin goes back and forth about being a great Russian nationalist and not. I mean, actually, I thought it was cleaner. And then I started really reading the archives and people who do scholarship in the archives. And I realized, no, he vacillates wildly after 1942.
Well, so, and then in the post-war era, after World War II, of course, in Cold War conditions, there's this weird alignment in which, Marxists become aligned with post-colonial national liberation projects.
Yep, that becomes our primary. That is our primary way of spreading. And what I point out is like, okay, it worked for getting red flags in the air, but almost very few of those countries outside of Vietnam, which is Vietnam and Cuba, which are the most successful, and then the others we don't want to talk about, DPRK and Cambodia.
A little awkward, those examples.
That are all the African states that abandoned socialism like very quickly. Right. It's like, shut up, don't mention that.
Which again, I'll raise my hand and say, it's because of a failure to address modes of governance.
And I mean, also a failure to really deal with the contradictory nature of decolonization. And I say that because that was not like, you look at the decolonization debates around Chinua Achebe in Nigeria, and he's like, no, we have to use nationalism, even though nationalism is not our indigenous tradition. It's not from Africa. And we have to use English because otherwise we break down in sectarian opposition between each other. And he's like,
and we are living in this increasingly Westphalian world. What the fuck are you going to do?
Right. And so he's like, and you can try to decolonize your mind all you want, but you live in a world of nations.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually fundamentally true, but it's a real problem. Like, because capital is not a national project, even though people, even on the left right now, really want to imagine that it is. Mm-hmm. And I know it's an international project. It's always been an international project.
I would say it's, in fact, a transnational project.
Yeah. Actually, it's probably a better way to phrase it.
Yeah.
And it's always been that, which is why it was dependent on colonialism and all this other stuff to happen. I mean, so that's not an easy problem to fix. To
put it mildly.
But
and again, we have blunt tools for even talking about it.
Right. And what we see today, and I think this is post Bernie, but I actually think it was implicit in Bernie. There is I might say the rational core of the Bernie bro critique, is there was a kind of national revitalization that didn't look at the US's role in foreign policy all that particularly clearly in the Bernie movement. And then when that failed, people started projecting like, oh, if we were just better with these, multipolar, and I don't go into multipolarity because it's an imperialist description of reality.
Right.
And
the language itself is troublesome there.
And its history is way more tied into empire than people or want to deal with. And it's true that most people promoting multipolarity do not think that they are promoting multiple empires, but that's what it is. And they also don't like it when I point out that the multipolar period was in modern history was 1890 to 1910.
I don't know how much you follow Timothy Snyder.
He's a dreaded
Bloodlands guy.
But yes, go ahead. Tell me about Timothy Snyder.
Well,
make my
audience mad. Snyder has an interesting provocation about the Westphalian order, where he says to his European admirers, he says, look, you guys have this story about how European nations are old and wise, and the 20th century taught you that war is bad, and so you are abandoning your imperial colonial ambitions because you're wise and returning to the organic Westphalian nation-state polities that are the true nature of European political organization. And I am here to tell you, says Timothy Snyder, that is a crock of shit. What has happened?
This is actually true. So I'm not going to disagree.
Yeah. This is a crock of shit that you didn't abandon colonial imperialism because you're wise. You abandoned colonial imperialism because you failed at it, for all of the reasons that you failed at it. And you abandoned war not because you're old and wise, but because what actually turns out is the Westphalian order is unnatural. It never really existed. There is no true organic nation state to return to. These were always the seats of empires. They emerged in the context of colonialism. And so they need to be integrated in something larger. And you've built the something larger. It's the EU. And so you just got to be honest about the fact that there is no true Westphalian order to return to, because it always required international and transnational relationships in order to function. And for fuck's sake, just be honest about that.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go so far as to say, like, the idea of European nation states is very old, also ignores how bloody consolidating those nations were.
Right.
It's not like all the Germans just happily went along with Bismarck, or that all the Italians just happily went along with Garibaldi, or that they allowed all their micro nationalities to just,
I mean, like Germany and Italy are your obvious counterexamples, but that's even true of, France or
it's
Spain.
Incredibly true in France and Spain. I mean, actually, the reason why we use Italy and Germany as the obvious counterexamples is because they're modern enough that we have more documentation of what happened.
Yeah.
Whereas if we go back to the reason why I mentioned 1492 is not just because Columbus sailed the ocean blue, that bullshit. It's also because that's when the beginning of modern nation states really starts in Europe.
Yeah.
And it's consolidated in the Westphalian order, but you already see it in England and in Spain from like pretty early on. Yeah. And France struggles, and its history on consolidating that is particularly gross and bloody. But since it's tied into sectarian wars, we don't often recognize it as that.
Right. Well, you have to know that history in an intimate way that Americans don't. I will easily grant. I do not understand it well enough to be sophisticated, for damn sure.
But I think a lot of Marxist and leftist approximations of this have been internationalism is hard, so let's do left nationalism. And then but we don't want to do left nationalism of the bad imperialist type. So if we're just like nicer to these other powers and recognize them as equals on a Samuel Huntington level of civilizational politics, yeah. which is where Dugin gets it from, and where they get it from. They get it from Dugin, but it's this weird left version of Samuel Huntington thought that it's like, well, we can just break this up into civilizational blocks, but civilizational blocks aren't racist, guys. So it's like,
right.
So it's just like, and I will admit, like, if that's your vision, you're going to see a lot of people immediately when they realize that liquidate back into more liberal notions of, and we've seen this actively, people flirting with MLism, and then as soon as they like hit that part, and that's not, I don't think that's inherent to Leninism actually, but it is inherent to the way it's kind of played out in post-Soviet spaces, because so much of it is based off of the Chinese experience, and the Chinese experience was a multinational national consolidation project.
Yeah.
China
is big enough that the integration project that like Snyder would say is integral to the fantasy of the Westphalian state. Well, China is big enough that integrating China,
China, like rest of the United States, is an empire.
Right. Well, I mean, the United States is absurdly big,
right?
And that's part of why we have the strangeness of our federalism, which we need to figure out a way to refactor. But like, it would be nice to hold these United States together. And this also contributes to the thing I was thinking about a minute ago, as we were talking about this, right? With the end of the Cold War, right? We had this moment where, the United States as hegemon was an acceptable solution to the transnational order, that was good enough for a lot of players that they were willing to accept it as the least worst option. And then with the end of the Cold War and behind and lying underneath that, the erosion of the circumstances that required the Cold War order, with the United States as Western hegemon. Like all of that had eroded, but like the only vision the United States could have in that moment was, well, being a hegemon was really nice. That was cozy for us. So let's find a way to hold on to that. Which is just dumb. It's dumb because the conditions of the United States as hegemon circa 1970 just don't exist anymore, and trying to perpetuate them, like right, or 1960, right, like
right, yeah,
trying to perpetuate the conditions of 1960 is a hopeless endeavor and counterproductive even for the United States, which is why we have this like pseudo isolationist impulse, which surfaces in weird forms in MAGA. It surfaces in liberal politics.
Yeah, I mean, like
we just don't know what to do with ourselves.
Like I see liberal policy people like, we need to do a green Marshall deal against China, and I'm like, you're not going to do a green Marshall deal against China. Like, it's just like first of all, to catch up on the technologies, you'd have to cooperate with China. It's a good fucking map. And second of all, the other attempt at a new Marshall Plan, which is China's Belt and Road Initiative, has washed up on the complexities of geopolitics, particularly what Russia ended up doing, which I don't think people noticed, that it kind of fucked up the Belt and Road Initiative pretty badly. It wasn't the only thing that did. The Sri Lankan debt crisis and other things have done it.
Well, but, and having, a century plus of robbing the thing we're talking about when we talk about the global South and robbing those folks blind. On the one hand, like the imperial core has a colossal moral debt to correct all of the fuckery that has impoverished billions of people. But on the other hand,
they're never going to trust us to do it because we did that in the first place. Like
they won't trust us to do it. When the better angels of our nature have made efforts to correct it, we've completely fucked it up out of sheer incompetence, in addition to the malice that is also part of the equation. But like, even without the malice, the incompetence is killer. And so like, what is the thing that you actually do? Nobody has an answer for that. And I still feel the weight of the like moral obligation, but lacking an actual plan for what to do, I'm stumped.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm like, okay, we're going to do investment, and like we want to do parity investment with China. But the thing is, one of the things I pointed out is like, when it comes to the Western powers in Africa, the United States is only a power in CENTCOM and AFRICOM. It's not really a power in like economic imperialism. That's France. We don't really fuck with Africa that much in any way, form, or fashion. Like we kind of,
I mean, like we could put 20 million Americans in uniform and send them out to build trains. It's a thing we could do.
I don't know if like putting them in uniform would be received particularly well, but yeah.
All right. Well, I don't put them in uniform. You put them in jeans. Put them in jeans and t-shirts, and have them build trains all over the world.
Here's the thing. Here's another thing that you and I haven't talked about at the heart of this, though. We also have a demographic collapse crisis going on. And it's going to particularly hard now because the baby boomers with the pensions are done, or they've died. They've already retired, and now we're in the lower end of younger baby boomers who mostly have 401ks who are not prepared to retire. They're just not.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is a good model for the rest of us who aren't going to be able to retire either.
Yeah.
But they're also like, they can't do a lot of the work anymore. And so we'll have some gains in productivity as these older workers leave. Although, again, how much, and so much of this is automated, is actually very hard to say.
Well, and it was, as we've seen, like in every institutional space I know, except for conservative politics, right? The boomers have vigorously resisted grooming a new generation of leadership. And there's a break in continuity in like management skills in doing a whole lot of things that create enormous institutional challenges in every space.
So this gives us to we've been talking for almost 4 hours, and I want to wrap
I
this
know, it's
up. But
ridiculous.
there's we'll have you back on the show again. It won't be another 2 years. It'll probably be like in 6 months. Because you and I have interesting conversations, and people already suspect that I'm a liberal, and the answer is I'm not. But it's weirder than you think.
Well, I am happy because this is fun. I'm happy to like have you smack my liberal nose with a newspaper a few times to demonstrate to your audience that you're not me. That's fine with me.
Yeah, no, it's. Although people are gonna say you gave him too many concessions, I can already tell you it's gonna be in the comments. It wasn't last time, but we'll see.
I was very pleasantly surprised. I got to tell you, like the last round was very warmly received by your followers, in a way that I did not anticipate, which was a strange comfort to me.
I know that there's gonna be at least 2 people who call me PMC, but that's gonna be neither here nor there.
I will gladly plead guilty to that.
I don't know what it means. It's funny though when they're like, "Oh, you have PMC cultural." I'm like, dude, I come from blue collar background. In fact, barely blue collar. I myself, however, I'm not one of these people like, say, Mark Fisher, who views social class as where you're born. So I don't claim to be paradigm of the productive working class or some bullshit like that. I'm not blue collar at all. But I do come from that world. But there are 2 issues where I think you and I might have tensions where I sound slightly conservative. One, I think liberals have systemically protected bureaucrats and technocrats to the point that bureaucrats and technocrats are no longer good at their job, that they're incompetent, and that that this has favored baby boomers to get into generational politics a little bit, to the point that baby boomers can use that as an excuse to not step down, right? Because they're right that the people beneath them are incompetent,
right? And they've worked damn hard to make sure of it.
Yes, and they have done a damn good job at making sure of it, despite all like elite educational institutions. We kind of know that they're that they haven't really done their jobs.
And that is a whole conversation of its own, in which I think we would have lively agreements and disagreements. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into that. I think one of the things we'll talk about is these institutions in another episode. But I mean, I do think, broadly speaking, even liberals distrust elite educational institutions in a way that they did not 10 years ago. Like, no one is getting mad at Tim Walsh for not going to Harvard, where like that came up about Barack Obama as his major talking point, which yeah, he went to Harvard kind of, but he actually went to Occidental College. It was primary point of education. But anyway, so that mystique is over, even on the liberal left. The left doesn't know what to do with it. We kind of always hated these institutions, but we've also like infiltrated them. So what are we supposed to do?
Right. There's complicated ambivalences there. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, because there was the post-new left, post-new communist movement, long march through the institutions. And so like we do have radical, I mean, to this day, some of the most vulgar Stalinists are actually professionals. So
there aren't as many of them as the right thinks, but they do exist.
They do exist. There's more of them than there used to be. There's less than the right thinks there are.
Yes.
But I think Tim Walsh, like, nobody's calling Tim Walsh out for not coming from really educational institutions. Yeah. So we are seeing changes there. Like, it's actually being pointed out as a point of pride that he's not rich, which like unheard of. He's probably the first not rich vice presidential candidate I know of, and one of the few not rich governors. So like, that is an interesting change. And while I don't think it's a deep change, I do think it's significant, but not deep. But it is important. But I do think we have to deal with the fact that one of the problems that we have with the experts is the experts have seemingly been particularly incompetent lately. And so while I'm not totally disagreeing with you that expertise is needed, I might disagree with you that experts are needed as a category, but expertise is needed, and we'll go back and forth with what that means. But
I agree with you that in the last decade or so, there has been a collapse of belief that expertise is either necessary or possible. And that has enormous political implications, which, on the one hand, as you say, emerges from the failure of the elites that claim their elite status on the basis of expertise. But on the other hand, is dangerous because hard things are hard and you need expertise.
Yeah, I mean, I think it leads people to turn against expertise, which I think a lot of worker expertise exists already. But I will admit that, I would be hard pressed to turn over a nuclear power plant to the workers because no one entirely knows exactly how it all works, except for a few very select people. And there's good reasons for that, for national security reasons and others, but it still leads to a very bad situation. Yeah. One that I just don't hear people just admit how hard it is to untangle enough. But the other side of that is where elites have effectively created nepo babies that are almost aristocratic.
Yes.
There are leftists complaining about that. I call it PMC on PMC violence, but there's a rational truth to it in the sense, because most of those people who talk that way are from that class, are from that strata, is what I would call them. But but I would say that there's also this sense in which, David Graeber, who was, you and I need to have an episode on David Graeber one day because we both don't like him, but I think for radically different reasons.
For different reasons, yes.
But David Graeber did say one thing that I think was true, is that elites in the West, not just conservative ones, all of them, have been systemically protected to the extent that they really kind of aren't elite anymore. They don't actually have the expertise generations down, which baby boomers, as you said, have categorically seized on and not stepping down.
Yeah.
The emperor wears no clothes because Biden is a senile weirdo, but there is a sense in which, also there weren't a lot of people who were obvious to replace him, which is why he got the nomination in the first fucking place.
Yes.
And
that's because of a large generational political process, which has, specifically failed to cultivate Generation X leadership.
No, and I also think that's why Generation X, despite what my friend Conan Neutron will say whenever I say this, as they age, has become from apolitical to outright reactionary. They are more reactionary than baby boomers in almost every poll I've read.
Yeah. It's complicated because there's structure, but at large,
there's a smaller generation, and and they're not
the internal structure of Generation X has a bunch of crazy shit going on in it. But yes, as a total cohort, to the degree that it is useful to talk about a total cohort, our generation are stupid reactionary assholes with extremely shallow conceptions of politics, dangerously shallow conceptions.
And then millennials are like obnoxious do-gooders with also shallow conceptions of politics, and who knows what Gen Z actually believes because they're 5 or 29.
They seem very young to a geezer like me.
So it's, and I don't have hope in generational one thing I will say is I draw these generational cohorts out. I think in the United States they're somewhat meaningful because of the post-war boom, but really that means that the only real generation is the baby boomers. Millennials exist in that we're children of the I say we. I'm in this weird gray space. I guess I'm technically now. They've officially bracketed 80 out of millennials, but for a long time it was a question.
Yeah.
So that also tells you about the nature of these generational categories, is their edges are.
No, they are limited instruments, but where they have some utility, they have some utility. And I kind of like your observation that the only real generation in this sense is the boomers, who have characteristics as a cohort. And of course, usually when we're talking about generational politics, we're really talking about white people in America specifically. Often we're really talking about college-educated white people in America.
Although with boomers, it's interesting because we are also talking about a wealth that was broadly shared, except specifically to Black and Indigenous people.
Yeah.
And even Black people had some access to it depending on where they were at.
Yes.
But
Yes, I mean, there is a way in which Black boomers are distinctive and
very.
have a unique experience relative to other Black generations.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and they have experienced the decline in real time in their immediate children in a way that boomers,
right? I mean, like, white boomers like have just not had as direct an encounter
until very recently. It's like in their 80s, and they barely care. So, like,
and they're not equipped to understand it for all the reasons.
Right. I mean, I don't want to say pity the poor boomer, but like there are some things where I'm like, they don't understand this for structural reasons too. Like, and they kind of think that we're going to get their wealth so it still benefits us, except they're not thinking about the reverse mortgages and the hospitals, which are going to suck every last dime out of them anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, it will have ended up being a great generational bottleneck where only a few millennials benefit from it.
Yeah.
And then you have the way, and this is a perverse incentive of progressive policy, and I know I'm going to get pushback on this, but the way in which having fixed mortgages in the United States where interest rates are not shared like they are in Europe means that we have massive wealth gaps that are effectively arbitrary based on time.
Yeah.
It's bad in Europe, but it's way worse here because, like, when they raise the interest rate for Europeans, that is diffused out in a couple of years amongst even people with fixed rate mortgages. Because,
right. I mean, like, to your point, right? The fixed rate mortgage as a policy choice has a whole host of nightmarish policy implications, but there are also a handful of very good reasons for it.
Yeah, we didn't want.
Right. You don't want people getting kicked out of their houses.
Right. You don't want people not being able to predict what their house cost.
Yeah.
But
then we've deferred that onto everyone who can't develop home equity.
Right. Which now it's crazy where, like, you have like some middle class that's living on 1990s cost effectively as long as their children are grown, and some middle class who need to make over $200,000 to live a lifestyle that it took, but even as late as 2018, only $80,000 to do.
Yeah,
and that's not getting into the astronomical increase in the cost of childcare.
Yeah,
which is now more expensive than university. So it's. And I do think liberal policymakers have talked about this, but have completely failed to address it. They have talked about it.
A huge cultural blind spot. You can't talk to people about it. You need to reframe the entire discussion, which is a thing that like liberals have. Well, the Democratic Party establishment have absolutely punted on doing. Right, they have long accepted that they believe they cannot reframe the terms of policy discussion, and so they have accepted these things and just stayed away from these third rail questions where there's a ticking time bomb of policy, but you can't talk about it in proximate politics. So they're cowards about it. Like I agree with you about that.
Yeah, the other thing I guess I'm going to ask you at the end on, so we kind of agree, although we're going to need to have another show about why there's been so much devolution of expertise amongst the elite classes or elite subclasses or whatever you fucking call them, amongst college-educated people. Why college is increasingly not a predictor of success unless you're at elite colleges, which unfortunately already code for being wealthy, although they also do more noblesse oblige than other colleges, which is also weird. And then the other elephant in the room,
some very weird cultural politics too.
Yeah, and the other elephant in the room, which would be on the scope of conversation today, but we need to talk about sometimes, is the fact that many of these colleges, including public ones, are basically walking investment mechanisms. That the education is not even primarily what they make money off of.
Which does indeed have something to do with the failure of colleges to perform their mission, whatever you conceive of their mission as being.
Because it's not how they make money.
Right. They have no incentives to pay attention to that. They have every incentive to ignore it.
it's like you have this institutional investment brokerages that just happen to have started out educational institutions. And ironically, it was the Palestine protests that made that obvious to a bunch of people where it wasn't before.
Oh, that's really funny.
And because I'm like, that's why they're so mad about it. Like, it's not even about the Israeli donors; it's about the fact you're opening the fucking books at all. Because it looks real bad once you do. So it's
right, like that's just the proximate example in which the university is institutionally compromised in its participation in all of these financialized systems of fuckery. And okay, well, we have this acute example where it's attached to like a genocidal nightmare, but
it's also like
that's just the sexy example. There's a million unsexy examples.
Like what in almost every city in which a major university exists, they're the number one landlord. Like Columbia and NYU own more of New York real estate than any other group. It's insane. And then
and this is why
they're also totally implicated in this healthcare boondoggle that we mentioned too. So go ahead.
Well, and like I feel like we're queuing up all of the big hard policy challenges in the current American order, where housing, education, healthcare, right, and those set aside the question of socialism, right?
We're not even getting so like this is all stuff that like this is just my making capitalism livable project.
Yeah. Well, but if you're going to open the can of like grand scale policy questions that you do when you ask about socialism at all, well, you end up with talking about these very particular things where, and also agricultural policy, like we touched on a little bit, like all of those are badly broken. Whether you want to disrupt the liberal order or not.
Right. And I guess this brings me to my biggest frustration, and I'm writing a piece on Mark Fisher for something right now, which he was one of the people who talked about the politics of joy way back in the day for the Korman campaign, which I have very jaundiced views of, considering that he also tied that into his own mental health, and we know how that ended.
Yeah.
He literally kind of saw this as a way out of the mental health problems that he had. And I'm not saying that he was entirely wrong about the way mental health is classed. I actually think he has some insights there. But clearly, if you were putting all your hope about your personal mental well-being on the Corbyn campaign, I'm not saying that's why what happened to him happened, but you can't ignore it either.
Yeah.
But that seems to be where the Harris campaign has gone, and it has largely been positively received because, frankly, I think people have like they understand that fear motivates people, but they have misunderstood that like liberals get exhausted by currently being told that they're always going to have to be afraid of democracy all the time, because there's also no place where that ends. Like it's not like you just win this election and that's over. So you've seen this pivot to the politics of joy on the Harris campaign, and I, in a bizarre sense, think that we should be, that this is both good and bad. That it's good that they're moving away from just, oh, we're just battling Trump all the time and that's all we're fucking doing. But it's bad in the sense that it's an aestheticization of politics away from all these three forms of policy in terms of just social vibes, which is social policy kind of. And I'm not sure that like it might get us through this election, and I put mild odds on Harris, but very mild, because I would have put it on Trump, but Trump was running a particularly competent campaign. The assassination attempt he did very well, and then immediately upon Biden being removed was totally lost.
He just did not know how to respond,
and has been largely quiet since then in a weird way. And his proxies,
which is a mixed blessing.
But his proxies have been really fucking up. Like both J.D. Vance and Tucker Carlson and all that have not been.
Oh my God! It seemed for a long time that Trump could survive infinite unforced errors, but it turns out maybe not so much.
Yeah, there might actually be a limit to it. We'll see. We don't know, and it still is this election is so close that I don't want to call it, but if I was just looking at the electoral map, I'm like, it's going to depend on two people in Pennsylvania, and it slightly goes to Harris. Like, you
right?
know,
And like, why should that be our condition? But here we are.
right.
But like, I am a lot more hopeful than I was a couple months ago when.
Oh, if Biden's state candidate, I was like, we're just done. Like,
it was really dire, and like the Harris campaign is fundamentally, like, the fundamental pitch of the Harris campaign is, remember how bummed you were that you were forced into this decision between these two, these two frustrating old men? Well, we fixed that. And Harris stands for goodness and niceness, and we're not going to get too particular about it.
it's
because
like
why alienate anyone?
The Obama campaign and the Lori Lightfoot campaign.
Yeah, weirdly, it is, the fundamental Obama pitch, and people like you and me are consequently anxious because we know that the Obama pitch was, in fact, an immense lie. It was not an escape from the dynamics of politics at that time. It was, in fact, ultimately an embrace of the dynamics of that era. It was the last true flowering of the dynamics of that era. And so, like, we were deeply psychologically betrayed by the Obama pitch just being a complete fabrication. And nobody, anyone who tells you that they know what the policy agenda of a Harris administration will be, anyone who tells you that is full of shit. Nobody knows.
No, I mean,
nobody knows. I don't think Harris knows.
Even on stuff like, for example, how's she going to deal with this loan stuff that she's talking about? Like, during the administration days, she was to the left of Biden, but prior to it, she was to the right of Biden. Like, it's
and Biden having turned out to be so full of surprises,
right?
Who knows?
I mean, Biden's going to be interestingly remembered, I think, in retrospect, as one of the worst but most interesting presidents.
Well, I mean, like, if 2022 Biden had been president in 1994, I would have been delighted. Yeah, that would have been, like a tolerable, soft, progressive Democrat vision that I could have gritted my teeth and lived with and been like, maybe this is the best we can do. And that would have been a huge improvement over the long, Reagan era, which extended through Bush the Elder. And so, like, Biden, the Biden we have now would have been a great figure for that moment. And awkwardly, moderately pleasantly surprising Biden is just the wrong person for this moment, which is a moment that calls for profound boldness because we're in a massive realignment of American politics.
I feel like we've been in a stalled realignment for a while. I mean, like, in some ways, we've been in a stalled realignment since the Clintons, and yet that inability to fully realign away from the Reagan politics actually defines the next 20 years. Like, it's.
Well, I mean, I would say, like, Clinton, even candidate Clinton, I remember, I'm old enough to remember, candidate Clinton was a capitulation to the long Reagan era, the long liberal era. I
would agree with that.
And which, as you wisely pointed out, actually starts with Carter.
Right.
Right. So the long neoliberal era displaces the long New Deal era. And we are in a realignment at least as profound as the opening of the neoliberal era. And I think it is, in fact, as profound as the opening of the New Deal era. I think it is as much a crisis as the 1930s were. And the real precipitation of this crisis is that the lodestar of the neoliberal era was movement conservatism and its embrace of neoliberalism and the way that it sold that to unreflective conservatives. And the movement conservative coalition never made sense. It didn't make sense logically. It didn't make sense in terms of interests. conservatives were nostalgic for Reagan because he had this ability to make it feel like it made sense in a
Right.
way that no one else was ever able to do again, right? And then by 2016, like the movement conservative coalition is all cracked, but it's just like held together by gravity. And Trump shows up and just tapped it, and the movement conservative coalition disintegrated. Even if he had not won the nomination, even if he had not won the presidency, he would have broken the movement conservative coalition, which would have then forced a realignment, at least on the scale that Reagan did with neoliberalism. And the Republicans, the music hasn't stopped. They're all running around trying to make sure that they don't end up without a chair when the music finally does stop. The Democrats have not registered that they are in this moment of realignment.
No, and it's funny because they also don't register that the conservatives are in disarray, and that's why they're lining up behind this incoherent Trumpist politics.
Yeah.
Like people don't seem to realize that. Like, look at what they do, even amongst Trumpists, when there's no Trump in the White House, in Congress. They've been a completely ineffective.
And I think the appeal of the Harris moment to like the broad left is like it feels like any change at all, right? Because Biden represented like the endless grind of the neoliberal era. Right. Even though he was a weirder figure than that, it felt like Biden was just clinging to the politics that Democrats had used to navigate the long neoliberal era. And Harris, at the vibes level, feels like a break from that. And a look toward a positive vision. And it's a vague positive vision. It's just, we're going to have some joy. We're going to get some things done. We're going to be, fundamentally decent a little bit. And isn't that refreshing? And after this long moment, that is refreshing, but it's not enough to build an electoral coalition or a governing coalition or a policy program. And who the hell knows what comes next in that? If the Dems had any capacity at all, they would be offering a clear, positive vision so that the next 2 generations would be a dialogue about whether that policy program is good. In the way
right
that
they're often hope and vibes, and we're hoping that they're going to sneak in a policy vision, but Harris is avoiding it like the plague. I mean, actively.
Well, and if I was king of the Democratic Party, I would do the same thing. I would say, for fuck's sake, during the campaign, stick with the vibes. Then, like day one, when you're in office, we need a real policy vision of like, okay, so here's what we're really going to do. And here is our vision for the next 2 generations of American life.
Right. And I do not know, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but I do not, given what little I know about Harris, and I know a lot compared to most people, but Harris is not a figure with a long figure in elected government. She has, her career is more as a government functionary in the prosecutorial sense, which is not the primary job of president.
And being from the Bay Area during her era as a political figure in the Bay Area, like I'm a longtime Harris hater. But the Harris campaign has been more right than I believed possible.
I have been surprised at how well they played all this.
They have played a bad hand really, really well.
From the farthest ends of the left, but I don't think that those people actually know how to suitably push back on them. And
there's just no telling what comes next.
And also, like when pressed, they're like Jill Stein or something, and I'm like, that's not a realistic countervision to Harris.
Right? Like,
you're right about Harris. You're right about Harris and the genocide. I'm not even disagreeing with you about that, and that's not something we can easily forgive. But you also are like, I don't know. And you're like, well, Trump's public policy is worse. It's stated and it's worse.
It's worse on every level, including on Gaza.
And and the idea of Trump as the isolationist anti-war president, which he sometimes still throws some hate to, gets really shown to be bullshit on Gaza in particular.
Yeah.
And because I'm like, what he would allow to happen would lead to a bigger regional war. And
Yes.
so, if you're like
no,
me,
I mean, we got incredibly lucky while he was president, that the rest of the world held their breath, and when he did stuff that should have escalated, they were like, well, let's just not do this now, for fuck's sake.
right.
But like, you can't do that forever.
And I think, people are going to say you're being soft on Harris. I'm like, no, Harris is enabling genocide. I'm just going to like say that explicitly.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to vote
I'm with you on that. And as a matter of campaign strategy, I think it's the right thing for her to do.
If you don't want to vote for her, well, I mean, the reason I'm very nebulous on that is popular opinion is actually not in her favor, but it's not a popular opinion that matters very strongly. By what I mean, like, people don't like it, but it's like 0.15 on their concern.
People who are rightly concerned with Gaza vastly overestimate the American public support for their position.
Right. Well, I mean, and I would say this where I also think people are right that the public is no longer so blindly in favor of Israeli politics, even amongst baby boomers.
Yeah.
But that does not mean what I agree with you. That I think it doesn't mean what people think it means. Like I'm just like,
no, Americans are not ready to break the American alliance with Israel.
No, and even if they're like, oh, we should put more pressure to end this and this war should be over, they're not going to be like, oh, we need to get rid of the Zionists, because it's like that's not going to.
Yeah. Well,
it might have
like
young people.
I have lefty acquaintances who for months have been telling me Biden could solve Gaza with a phone call. He could just tell the Israelis.
Yeah, I've been told that too, and I don't know.
And that is so delusional. And it's delusional because you want it to be true.
Well, it's just like the people who tell me Hamas is winning this, and I'm like, in so much that they're surviving, they're winning, sure, but there's no way.
I mean, Hamas are getting what they want, but what they want is actually not the deliverance of the Palestinian people in Gaza. That's for fucking sure.
But not gonna touch that one. But but what I will say is that
okay, actually, let me be a little more specific, since I got a little over my skis there. It has been in the interest of Hamas for the ongoing attack to continue. Their long-term aims are better served by, which is why, you talk about ceasefire negotiations, but like the Likudniks and Hamas, neither of them really want that. So it is very hard to get to that place without something changing, which it inevitably will. But in the meantime, we're really screwed.
I mean, to be fair, though, it doesn't help that Israel assassinated the moderate Hamas leader who was willing to play ball.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I
mean, don't get me wrong. I am not taking any culpability off the shoulders of the Israelis. And I'm not taking any culpability off of the United States. Again, like, we had a profound moral responsibility to completely wash our hands of support for Israel for, since the new year at the latest. Right. And in this tactical moment in American politics and in the conflict in Gaza, there is no percentage for anyone, even if you are all about, we need to end the violence in Gaza, we need to protect the Gazans by every means we have available. Harris taking a strong stance cannot help with that at all. She's not in a position to make anything happen. So the best thing she can do is to steer clear of the issue as much as possible, which is shitty because she has a moral obligation to do better as candidate. But there are so many other things going on. There's nothing to gain. Even if we fantasize that Harris secretly in her heart is a champion of Palestinian liberation and is just waiting for the chance, which she's not. But if she were, I would still tell her to stay away from the issue now, right? just for a couple of months, and then you can act. Because there's no way to address it that doesn't form a wedge in the Democratic coalition.
No, I mean, but that's the problem is AIPAC is going to be an issue no matter what.
Yeah,
and,
AIPAC is going to be an issue. All of the Dems who have deeper sympathy to Israel are going to be an issue. And frankly, the movement for Palestinian liberation is never going to be satisfied by anything she does. Nothing will be strong enough, right? So what is there to gain by working the issue hard? Steering clear is the only thing she can do, which is miserable.
I mean, as I have pointed out to other people, I'm like, outside of China doing some superficial talks about a unity government between Hamas and the Fatah and all this, and
nice to dream.
Nobody has really put that much capital on ending this.
Yeah.
Like Iran's been kind of sort of the only people to do it. Even they have been way more sedate, partly because I think they're looking to leverage this and not responding to Israel as a way to get us to back on the nuclear deal with Obama. That's my suspicion. But so, I mean, like, my point is like, okay, you're absolutely right about America's role in this and Western Europe's role in this. You're absolutely right. Correct. And I would even argue that the longer this goes on, the more we're going to see resurgence of anti-Semitism, shit that you and I care about.
Yeah.
We care about Palestinians a lot. I really do. I don't want people to think that I think, the fear of anti-Semitism is worth Palestinian lives. But my argument is, like, the longer this goes on, the more anti-Semitic propaganda is going to work, because we really let real grievances that are absolutely fair and moral and right spiral out.
And it creates an opening for the worst people in the world to demagogue and sound plausible to people who are not well informed.
Right. So
the left does not have clean hands there, let me tell you what.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things where I was going to tell you, like, when people keep on telling me Hamas is going to win on the left, and I'm like, a political victory, because it's going to delegitimize Israel off of the death of 500,000 Palestinians. Like,
what kind of victory is that?
Like that's a pretty fucking shitty victory.
Yeah.
And nobody, you haven't got a single. Like, to really solve the problem that we were talking about earlier, you need to get like a multinational coalition with like Russia, the United States, and China being willing to play on the same side.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Oversee a transition. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, like, who does this exactly?
Yeah. Who will bell the cat?
And
again, it would be good if the United States of America, like, withdrew support from the Israelis materially and politically. It would help to force their hands, but it wouldn't force their hands fast.
No, that's where you and I agree against a lot of leftists. Is I don't think it would happen overnight, and that's why you haven't had a Reagan phone call like they did in Beirut.
Yeah,
in the 80s.
This is another thing I did a blog post about, where I was like, we can only cut them off once. You only get one of that card, and I think it was wrong for Biden to try and keep his powder dry and keep that in his pocket, because now we're in a moment where you can't use it. But now that we're in this situation, you only get to play that card once, and now is not the time to do it. And it's nightmarish that playing that waiting game happens while people are dying horrific deaths, but it doesn't change the dynamics. The dynamics are still true. You only the card is not useful now, and it's the only one we have.
Well, that's a good. I mean, I guess we end up ending up something that I said that you probably don't even disagree with me. We just might disagree whether it's good or bad. Is that we are stuck with a cipher campaign from a change candidate who's also attached to the currently ruling regime. So it's
with like the least imaginable democratic legitimacy. Like,
right.
it's just awful.
I mean, Yeah, this is in some ways the worst of all worlds, and it does come out of baby boomer hubris, which is something you've been pointing out. And when people from outside the United States will be like, "Why do you talk about generations like this?" And I'm like, "This is why.
This is
What
why.
you're seeing right now is why."
This
I
is
mean, to
why.
be fair, like
It doesn't
Biden isn't
explain
even a baby
everything, but
boomer.
wow, it is very relevant.
He's a silent Jim, but still, he acts like a baby boomer. So, like,
well, and I'm amused that, of course, you're probably going to publish this conversation right about the time where we know how the election shakes out.
Yeah.
So, to the people of the future, I apologize for my pessimism about about the Harris campaign ever becoming more substantive, but I hope that move actually works. And next time we talk, we can actually start to daydream about what a better policy world looks like, either through electoralism or through a more profound politics. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, my last comment is Project 2025 is a fucked up document, and I don't know that Trump ever took it entirely seriously, but it does actually tell you what a lot of his base thinks, so you can't totally discredit him for it. But he likes his demagoguery way more vaguer than that, which was my point that I was trying to make earlier. And Project 2025 makes the contradictions kind of obvious, but
well, I mean, 2025, Project 2025 is the rival forces of the long movement conservative alignment trying to negotiate what they will get in the next era, hoping to take advantage of the fact that Trump is not actually interested in policy, hoping that he will just use the ideas that are lying around, and that in the jockeying that emerges around that, they will be able to get more of what they want. And the contradictions are made visible in the Project 2025 document.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. But I will say that my challenge for liberals and leftists, deliver a fucking program that's meaningful, that isn't just nostalgia for something in the past that's specific to our current timeline, that also doesn't end up being crypto reactionary. That's the other thing I'm going to add to it, because we got a lot of that. And that's my challenge, not just to Marxists, it's to all leftists. Yeah. And my challenge to liberals is like, why don't you have a Project 2025, motherfuckers?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like even an incoherent one, like you have no clear vision of shit beyond fighting Trump. And I hate to tell you, the man's almost fucking 80. You're not gonna get another generation off of fighting. Like,
well, you are gonna get another generation of MAGA at least.
Yeah, but we don't even know what MAGA past Trump looks like. Yeah. We don't. Like, if anything, it looks like the battle for MAGA is manifested in like Tucker Carlson being like, well, maybe people who run soft interference for the Third Reich are not that bad. So, you know, and it's just like, well, okay, you're freaking, like when you're freaking out both Sohrab Ahmari on one end and David French on the other, like it's like something that's gone horribly wrong.
Right.
So
which is how you get the not popular front we have now.
Yeah, it's just like when you have Sohrab Ahmari, is like when like a month ago he was like, well, maybe Trump is an answer for the working class, and now he's like, I don't know, man. And I'm like, okay, you guys have lost the plot. Your internal contradictions have gotten too high even for your own people, and maybe Trump can survive it, but Trumpist can't. And so there's going to be a battle for what it is. We've already seen like people misplay that, because you know DeSantis tried to be the successor of Trump, but in some ways he's just too mean, like even for Trump. So it's just it's going to be interesting to see where it goes. And my fear,
and I think that's a good topic to queue up for next time we do this. Is what does MAGA look like after Trump?
After Trump, because we're gonna have to deal with it one way or the other. We either got one more. guys, I hate to tell you, the idea of a Trump dictatorship lasting several just seems to be to break the statistical odds of survivability at some point. So like, I'm just like, even if he got rid of term limits, you might get 2 more Trump administrations before he's just too old to do it. So we'll see. But we do need to talk about that because I don't know. I think it's like I think that the chaos of the last Republican Congress makes it clear that it's not a clear.
Well, they're unable to form a governing policy agenda at all.
Yeah, they're barely able to form a coalition to even pretend to do that. Like, yeah. Well, anyway, we've been talking for over 4 hours, so we're ending here.
Ridiculous. All right. Thank you to anyone who has actually managed to listen to us this long, and thank you, sir, for inviting me to do this. It is a delight as ever.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.